Today is the 28th. Damn, it's about to be New Year's. All right, let me get this up and running. Here. Turn this on. And I think we're good. Post this in all these groups over here. Let me check. Nice. C6 said, thankfully K2 and the strategy has been combined, saved my ass. Nice. Scalp master. And C6 been killing it. All right, let me send this link out real quick, guys, and then we can get started. All right, let me send this over here real quick. Post it on Facebook real quick. Let's go on there. Send out this email real quick. Good morning, Steve. Morning, Spencer. Morning, Usman. Morning, Alkin. Morning, Mal. Morning, everybody. Let me send this link out real quick, and then we can get started. Hopefully, you guys had a good holiday break. I was looking at the markets yesterday. The market's just really slow because we do have another holiday coming up. You know, New Year's, obviously. A lot of people still aren't back in the market. It's also a bank holiday for, I think, the UK. So the market volatility is just really low. I'll go over every pair and I'll just, I was going to do weekly chart analysis, but it's not really necessary this week because the market's it's just dead, guys. It's going to be like this for the rest of the week. We're obviously going to try to get some trades in if we possibly could, but I'm still going to be looking over everything. I did my new zones, but not much has changed since last week due to the low volatility. But we're going to go ahead and take a look anyways. Let's see. Morning, Larry. Morning, Cole. Morning, Braden. Morning, Walter. Morning, Indra. Morning, everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and I think a few other places needs to. Let me just post this on the Instagram real quick. And then we should be good. I think that's the last place to post this. All right. Screenshot that. Nice. Put this over here. And then we should be good. All right, I got this link posted on there. Let's see if this posts. Oh man, freaking Instagram action blocked me. I can't even post any posts right now. So let me I'll fix that later. I'm like action blocked on Instagram for the next week because I was just I post too many times. So a lot of people ask, why did the Instagram post get posts late? The reason for that's because, let me see if I could pull up the Instagram real quick. I get that question all the time, but a lot of people don't understand that Instagram has limits of like how many posts you can post daily. So the reason why our results get posted a little later is because, if you look at the dates when I post them, They're posted. I post twice a day. Like I post 2 posts a day. So the thing is, if I start to post more, like I try to post 3 or 4, Instagram ends up blocking my actions. So, I try to avoid that because you can see here, like 3 days ago, these are posted uh, literally like 2 a day. So these are like 4 days ago. This is 4 days ago. And then again, right here, 3 days ago, and then 3 days ago as well. So that's why, we don't necessarily want to post late. The reason for that is because Instagram blocks my actions, guys. So I'm blocked until next week. So we're probably going to be delayed again, unfortunately, because I tried to post more. But it's fine, guys. So just a reminder to you guys, that's the reason why the posts get posted late. It's not like I have the data because obviously we have all the trades, but they get posted late because Instagram limits how much I can post on the Instagram page. So just a reminder to you guys in case you guys are wondering. Let me check the chat real quick. See, morning Kushi, morning Uzman, morning Matt, morning Wave Bun, morning Legati, morning Patricia, morning everybody. So welcome to another trading week, guys. It's as you guys know, we have New Year's coming up in about, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We only have 3 trading days left. And I looked at the news this week. There's literally nothing on the news because a lot of people just aren't trading right now because of the holiday. A lot of people don't want to trade for like 2 days and then hop back out of the market. So a lot of people are just still on vacation right now. So the reason for that, you'll understand, why the market's moving so slow. So looking at US 30 over here, it's literally just going sideways. Generally during normal market conditions, you'll see US 30, move up and down, right? Because it's one of the most volatile pairs that you can trade. But looking at price right here, it's only moved, let's see, in the past couple hours, it's only moved about like 300 pips, which is, it doesn't even cover the spread, guys, because spread is like 400, 300 pips already normally. So it's moving really slow. However, for this trade right here, if we're going to apply the daily strategy, hopefully it picks up once the market reopens at 6:30, which is in under 20 minutes. Hopefully by then it'll pick up and we'll likely be looking for a sell entry because the most recent entry was a buy signal. So the next signal for the momentum swing is going to have to be a sell. So it's probably just going to push up a little bit. And then hopefully by this point we get a sell signal and then it drops and we take that trade. If we do take that trade, I'm definitely going to highly recommend that you guys use the exit strategy because like I mentioned, volatility is very low. So the thing is you don't want to get caught in a trade. It hits TP1, you get greedy, not want to close your trade. And then you end up holding it into the new year. It's going to go really slow, and then all of a sudden it just spikes, right? Because that's basically what's going to happen once volatility picks back up. Once everyone is back in the market after the new year, so it's probably not going to happen this week. But I think, because New Year's Day is on this Friday, so I think next week on the 4th, that's when it's going to pick up, and it's really going to vamp up. Market volatility where things are going to start moving again. So it's not necessarily, I don't think the market's going to move like super fast right away, but it's going to definitely pick up next Monday once everything goes back to, I wouldn't say normal, but better than the market currently is right now. So let me go ahead and see if we have any other questions in the chat. If you guys have any questions, feel free to put the questions on the YouTube chat and I can answer any questions you guys have. So if you guys have any trading questions with regard to, normal trading, strategies, trade psychology, risk management, anything like that, go ahead and put them in the chat and I can answer any questions you guys want. Also, if you guys want me to analyze any specific pair, feel free to put them in the chat as well. And then I can take a look at those specific pairs and give you guys my analysis. I'll go down the whole list right here. I know I didn't do the weekly chart analysis this week because the market's just too slow and we only have a few days to trade anyway. So the thing is the zones didn't really change all too that much. But you can see here, I've already updated my zones. So looking at the market right here, you can see that the same zones are the same zones from last week. They didn't really change very much because price didn't really move at all. It kind of got stuck in these like little zoned areas. And then from there, it just pretty much just hung on. And it's just going to go sideways because volatility is just very, very low. So if you guys want me to analyze any specific pairs, feel free to put them in the chat and I can look at anything you guys want. Or if you guys have any other trading related questions, feel free to put them in the chat as well. But yeah, I mean, we're going to analyze everything, see if there's anything we could possibly take before the New Year's holiday. And hopefully we can make some profits by then because I definitely want to close out this year strong. We had a pretty good year so far. If you guys saw our results for the totals this year, So for Forex from January up until now, we had about 459 wins and 146 losses for a net profit of 19,000 pips. And then for our US 30, we just started trading this in May. So from May until this date, we've had a total of 90 wins and 23 losses for a net profit of about 95,000 pips in total. Obviously, you guys know how US 30 moves compared to Forex. It's a lot faster. So that's why it moves 10 times, or I think even 20 times as fast in some situations compared to Forex, even though we only trade it like once or twice a day. So I think that's it for this right here. I'm gonna go and look at the chat to see if there's anything you guys want me to look at, and then I'll start a list for what we are going to analyze today. So let's see, we have Morning Life Plus, Morning Victor, Morning Amar. Amar wants me to take a look at gold. So Amar, gold. So Amar and Ellis wants me to check out gold. Take a look at that. That's actually a good asset to look at because it's probably moving a lot, especially with Trump signing the stimulus bill. Nice, yeah. Usman said Trump signed the stimulus bill, I believe. Yeah. So I was looking at that on CNBC. It's kind of funny because it says, Trump signs the COVID relief bill days after he said he would block it. I mean, he's only got so many days left in the House, guys. Trump is going to be out by next month or in the next couple of weeks, actually. So, once he's out of the House, he's out of the House. And that's going to be that. I mean, it'll be nice, guys, because we won't have his random tweets fucking up our trades like how it did last week. I forgot, what do we have? We were holding US 30 last week, and it was like, I think I was talking to you guys about it, how we had our stop loss like really, really close to the where was it, on the 24th? Yeah, our stop loss was literally like right here. And then all of a sudden Trump like said he wasn't going to sign the bill because we were waiting for it to shoot right back up, right? Like we were waiting for it to shoot up. We took our stop loss off. And then all of a sudden Trump wants to say that he's going to block the bill. As soon as he did that, it spiked price down. It triggered a stop loss. And then it did exactly what we thought was going to happen. It shot right up, right? Unfortunately, we got stopped out. It happens. But yeah, from this point up to here, it was like a 3,000 pip move. So it would have hit our full TP. Unfortunately, we got kicked out of the trade before we could catch that move. So I'm pretty excited for Trump to be out of the House because he's not going to be, causing these spikes in price anymore, or hopefully not with Biden, but we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I mean, you guys can see here, we took this, I think the buy entry somewhere over here. And I think our stop loss was like, yeah, it was somewhere around there. We had it close to that point and literally it triggered it. And then it shot all the way up where it would have hit our TP, but it happens. And I'm ready for a smoother market to come back to US 30. So that should be good. But yeah, let me go ahead and take a look at the pairs here. So we want Amar and Ellis want me to take a look at gold. Same with Violet. So for U3, we'll look at gold. Let me see if there's anything else here. Morning Active, Ellis, yeah, wants that. Kyle wants me to take a look at US 30. I mean, not US 30, your USD. Usman said, and he's still pushing for it to be 2,000, not 600, not even 600 after signing it. Morning, Josh. Happy holidays. Definitely. Yeah, take a look at silver. So for Josh, nice, you're trading silver. Not too many people trade that. I think it's XA. Well, I'll just put silver. I know the symbol for it. It's on the watch list. Morning, Peter. Morning, Kasim. Morning, everybody. All right, cool. So we have a couple pairs you guys want me to look at. We're going to look at gold first. We're going to look at your USD next. And then we're going to look at silver last. So let me make sure I have my alerts on for US 30. There we go. I got my alerts on, guys. Looks like the sell is starting to play out right here. You can see the bearish candles are coming out. The market's about to open at 8 a.m. or no, sorry, 6:30 a.m., which is in 8 minutes. Sorry, I just had a little confusion there. We have about 7 to 8 minutes left on this candle. It's going to open in about 8 minutes. And once that happens, we're probably going to see a burst of volatility either down or up. It's probably going to spike in one direction. And then we're going to catch it as it gives a signal after the opening candle. So we'll come back to this. I'll first look at gold right now. and then we'll go ahead and follow US30 along the way. So let me pull up gold real quick. Gold is right over here. There we go. We've got gold here. So this is what we were drawing last week. I mean, these are the same drawings that we had last week. We said it was going to be within this range, and that's exactly where it's at, right? It hasn't broken out of the range since the 20th. So it's been 8 days since then. I'm going to go ahead and redraw these zones, see if there's anything new that we that might have like came up since then. So I'm gonna, here's our naked chart right here. The first thing I do is I turn on the K2SR indicator, and then I go ahead and draw my zones throughout the chart so that we can see where these rejection points are currently. So draw that there. It's exactly what I thought was gonna happen, guys. So you see, I see that sell signal there. Like I mentioned, that sell was priming right there. So we do have that sell signal. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. If this sell signal closes, then obviously we're going to be looking for a buy after the market open. But we'll see how that plays out. We have 6 minutes left on this candle. Let me go back to gold real quick, and then we'll ignore US30 for now because it's going to have some jumpy movements as market opens. So going back to gold over here, let me finish drawing these zones on the chart for you guys first. Man, these are messy zones. Let me see. Yeah, when the zones kind of overlap like this, it's kind of I mean, it's not super difficult, but it makes it hard to really draw your own zones over them because it's hard to determine, you know, where you want to put it. Usually I just like to make big zones, but for here I'll make smaller zones since the market's not really moving that fast this week, and it's going to be harder for it to break these zones, and there's not much volatility. So looking at gold right here, it looks like price came down from this point. So from right here, came down to here, it established a low right here. And then from this point, it started establishing higher highs, right? So right here was a low, established a high right here, a higher low right here, higher high right here. And then now it's like it pulled back into consolidation because actually not really. So like here, let me go ahead and draw this over here. Let me have a line right here. So we had the low, we had the high, we had the higher low, the higher high, the higher low right here. And it's exactly what I drew earlier before I cleaned up the chart. It looks like price is probably going to shoot above from this point. And then once it breaks this structure, it's probably going to continue up higher. And then once it closes above here, we can probably see it shoot very, very high. Something that has to do with this is the stimulus bill that was signed by Trump, I think yesterday, right? Let me check. He signed it on the 27th. Yeah, it was last night. So he signed the stimulus bill. When that happens, they're going to print more US dollars, right? When they print US dollars, gold is likely going to go up because gold is safe haven currency. As this gets weaker, obviously gold will get stronger. So this is why I see it coming up right here. However, I probably wouldn't enter this trade until it breaks above this structure here, until it breaks 1906.85. Until it breaks that point, I really wouldn't take the trade because it's probably going to go sideways for a bit before it actually sets its direction. So the thing that you don't want to do is you don't want to enter this trade and then it spikes back on you and stops you out, right? Because the thing with gold is that it's a highly manipulated pair. Let me go ahead and take a look at the sentiment, because the thing with gold is everyone knows it's going to go up, right? So what happens is a lot of people enter buy positions here because they're anticipating it to go up. However, the market makers and institutions know that. They know that everyone's trading gold long because the stimulus, obviously, if you're going to follow like basic fundamentals or like just traditional fundamentals, with regard to gold and the US dollar and the US printing US dollars, which weakens the US dollar even more, everyone knows it's going to go up, right? So what's going to happen is they're probably going to spike price around to basically shake out everyone who has tight stop losses. So looking at the looking at gold over here, I'm gonna go to IG sentiment. All right, so let me pull this over here. Looking at this right here, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of people long. Exactly, right? See, so 81% of people in the market for gold are long right now. You know, they're not gonna let these 81% of people win that easily. They're probably going to set it sideways for a bit because, let me see. So if people are entering long positions right here, their stop losses are probably going to be, actually, I can just look at the chart here. So it looks like there's probably going to be a lot of stop losses in this area right here because you can see this spike, right? So you guys can see that price came up and then it spiked from this point. Let's see how many pips. It spiked like about 160 pips. So a lot of people have their stop losses. Let me have this right here. So this is gonna be like a hot zone for stop losses. Let me go ahead and put this. Let me fix this real quick, guys. I'm gonna try and change this to different colors so you guys can see what I mean. All right, so this is kind of easier to see. So this is gonna be like a hot spot for like stop losses, right? This area probably all the way up to here. So this whole area right here is where people's stop losses are gonna be. So some are gonna be right here. These people are probably gonna get shaken out first because they're probably gonna spike price down real quick, like to down there, and then they're gonna shoot it right back up. And then once it gets to this point, there's going to be more stop losses farther down here. Moving the wrong thing. Yeah, there's going to be more stop losses down here. So we're probably going to see a lot of spiky movements for gold. As it comes back up, they're probably going to spike price even lower to stop people out. They're just going to shake all these people out, obviously, because a lot of people who are trading gold, they don't have enough money to trade gold, right? You see a lot of people trading gold with like a small account. And then they're just going to keep spiking people out because you can see there's going to be hot, like these are like hot spots for stop losses right here. So there's one spot right here, probably another spot right here. And then this is going to be like the last area for it to spike. The price spike price all the way down there, actually. I think once the money starts printing, they're going to just go sideways. They're going to keep spiking price. And I think the last place it's going to spike is probably going to be somewhere down here where this low is. Or even below the structure, it's going to be like a crazy wick. Like check out these wicks right here. These are just stop loss hunts, guys. How many pips is this? It's a lot. It's a big stop loss. So it's like almost 300 pips where they're spiking price. They're just trying to shake everyone out because there's so many people that are long right here. They don't have big accounts. They have small accounts. So the thing is they can't handle this risk. They're going to spike price right here. People are going to get margin called out. They're going to get kicked out. And then all of a sudden, once this probably goes down to maybe like 60, 70%, they're going to spike price up like super heavy, right? So that's why I wouldn't trade gold right now. I'd wait for it to close above here because you don't want to get caught in any of this noise right here. The thing is, there's too many people that are buying gold right now. And they're not going to make it easy for these people to make money because, you know, they're going to want to trade the opposite of the 81%. Because they're going to make more money that way. You know, the banks and institutions are going to make money while by these people losing because they're just going to kick them out of the trade and then they're going to buy their trades, you know, their positions at a discount. So I personally wouldn't trade gold right now personally. I mean, you guys can trade it if you have a bigger account. Like if you can have a stop loss way down here, then you can go ahead and trade it. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure they're going to spike price around to kick people out of this trade before they actually push it in the, you know, the proper direction, because obviously it's going to go up. There's no doubting it's going to go up, but the key thing is to understand, you know, when is it going to go up? The problem with this over here is it's stuck within these two zones right here, right? So it's going to consolidate a bit within here, and you're probably going to see some random spikes, like going to consolidate a bit. You're going to see these huge wicks. Like if I take this off the chart, see these huge wicks right here? This is like a 300 pip move. This is like a 200 pip move, 160 pip move. Most people can't handle that risk. So the thing with this is it's just going to go sideways. It's just going to keep wicking downwards to kick everybody out. Once enough people get kicked out, or once people start to get tricked, because what they're going to do is they're going to try to trick people, right? They're going to want to discourage people from taking buys. They're going to want people to take sells instead to trade against the market. So what they're going to do is they're probably going to move it sideways, spike it down a bit. And then when you least expect it, they're going to, you know, shoot it right back up, whether it be from here, whether it be from down here. There's going to be a lot of manipulation from now until the end of the new year. So I'd be careful with gold, guys. And obviously there'd be a bullish bias because everything points to a bullish move. However, you just don't want to get caught in this move until price closes above here. If it closes above here, then I would take the buy, but I wouldn't take it when it's like within this area right here. Because the last thing you want to do is have your stop loss right here. This is always what happens. People have their stop loss right here, or sorry, wrong positioning. They have a buy position. And like I mentioned, they put their stop loss right here, right? They're going to hold this. It's going to go sideways. Price is going to spike down. And then it's going to stop you out, right? That's like scenario number one right there. It's going to stop you out. Next, you're going to try to re-enter again right here because you're going to think that market was manipulated, which it probably was and would be. So right here, you're going to enter again. Your stop loss is going to be even lower at this point. It'll push up a little bit, reject off this point, and then maybe go sideways again. And then you'll probably see another spike. It'll spike down again, stop you out. And then at this point, what people do is they're going to get discouraged from taking a buy. They're going to enter a sell at this point. And then as soon as you enter a sell, this happens all the time. I'm sure you guys have seen this happen all the time. Right here, they're going to enter a sell at this point, right? Because they think, oh, it's not going to go up anymore. And then as soon as they enter a sell, it's going to come down a little bit. And then it's going to skyrocket up and your account's going to be blown. And this happens all the time. So I would be careful if you're entering this trade because obviously there's going to be a bullish bias overall, but they're not going to make it that easy for someone to just, profit off the market. So I'd be careful with this just in case, but obviously there's going to be a bullish bias here. So if you want to take a trade, you can, but you can expect some manipulation to happen within the next, 3-4 days into the new year before it actually goes like very strong bullish. Morning, David. How's it going, bro? Morning, Billy. Let's see what else is here. Morning, Hamza. Morning, John. Morning, Arik. Morning, Renko. Morning, everybody. So that's my analysis of gold right there. Obviously, it's going to go up eventually at some point, but I don't think it's going to move up. It's not going to be a smooth move up. Obviously, you can see these spikes over here. This first spike down right here to stop people out was maybe about 100 pips. This big spike right here was about 300 pips, I believe. And then it just basically got manipulated from there. It came down, shot up. Another spike down right here, maybe about 160 pips right there. So, unless you can handle these big spikes, you're probably going to get stopped out or you're going to get margin called out. So I wouldn't risk it. But if you guys want to, you guys saw my analysis there for gold. So let me go and take a look at the next one. All right, this is exactly what I mentioned earlier. You guys remember I said when the market's going to open, we'll see a spike in price, right? That's exactly what happened. Huge spike in price right there for a bearish little movement. It played out exactly like I mentioned. I should have just put in like a sell order right there just to scalp it. But yeah, looking at US 30 right here, that spike down is exactly what we were anticipating. And now we're just looking for a sell signal. I'm hoping it doesn't close with the sell signal here because obviously we won't take it since it's on market open. But if it pops up on the next couple candles, then we would take it. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Currently, it's going to be bouncing around. We have about 3 minutes left on this candle. It might close with the sell signal. I'm really hoping it doesn't. If it does, then we're just going to wait for the next entry. But we'll see how it plays out. We got 3 minutes left. I'll probably just leave it on here for a second and I'll check out the chat for a few. And then we can move on from there. So this is perfect because if it closes with the sell, maybe not on this candle, but if it closes with the sell, then it will satisfy the new strategy that I was discussing, right? I was mentioning if price closes below this structure right here, or like at the low of the previous candle, then odds are it's probably going to continue farther down. So it'll qualify for that strategy. And on top of that, it's probably going to fall within the daily strategy as well. So if it closes on this candle, we might even take it, guys, because you guys have seen before where we get a signal on the opening candle and then we miss the entire move because we skipped the opening candle, right? But since this gives a confirmation from the new strategy that we've been back testing, it looks like it can actually play out pretty nicely. So we'll see how this closes. If this closes within the next 2 minutes, I'm probably going to take it if you guys want to take it with me. And then we'll see how this plays out. Got 2 minutes left on the candle. Let me open my MT4 right here. I might take this position. I might take a smaller than the normal position because the heck, why does it look different? Sorry, I look at my MT4. MT4 looks different for some reason on my phone. Yeah, I might. If I do take this position, I'll probably take it with a smaller lot size, not a 15 today, because I'm going to try to get in and out of these trades pretty quickly. Especially with the New Year's coming around. So this is going to go against the original strategy, but I'm still going to take it if you guys want to take it with me. And I'll tell you guys if I do take it within the next minute, if this candle closes with a signal, because I do see it coming down. If that's the case. All right, cool. I'm just looking at the chat real quick. David said pencil me in for today. Yeah, definitely. David, I think we could have a session today because it's raining outside, so I can't go to the gym, unfortunately. It's it's raining here for once. Like it hasn't rained here like all year, and it's raining pretty hard today. Hey, morning, Kyle. Yeah, we're on the 10-minute. We're applying the daily strategy right now for US 30. So it doesn't look like this candle is going to close. But yeah, we'll wait for this to see what happens. Let's see if there's anything else over here. Yeah, afternoon, Brian. Nice. I'm assuming, Brian, you're located on the opposite of the continent since we're it's morning over here for us. Morning, Aleph. How's it going, bro? Let's see if this closes right here. So we've got about 15 seconds. Doesn't look like it's going to close, which is what I prefer because I don't want to enter this opening candle anyways. It's usually a bit of a manipulated move. So we've got 5 seconds left on this candle over here. Let's see if it closes. It doesn't look like it's going to. All right, we're good. All right, so the next candle right here, if we get a sell signal, then we're going to take it, possibly this one right here. Like I mentioned, guys, we're probably going to, yeah, due to this low volatility right here, we're probably going to have to change it a little bit. Like we might have to have a third TP because I personally don't think we should really hold on to these trades for very long because of the low volatility. We don't want to enter it and then have to hold on to it until next year, and then it ends up spiking up or down. So we'll keep an eye on it. We do have a pending signal right here for US 30. So if this closes, we'll definitely take this sell entry right here. But until that happens, we're just going to hang tight. It's going to have this set up temporarily until this candle closes. Otherwise, let's go ahead and take a look at these other pairs that you guys have. Let's see. Oh, nice. Brian's from Ireland. Yeah, you're definitely on the other side. So it's afternoon for you over there. It's early morning for us over here on the West Coast. Let's see if there's any other questions right here. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat and I can analyze any, basically any pairs you guys want. If you guys want like a deeper analysis on it as well, I can do that, from scratch. But currently we're waiting for this candle to close. We have about 8 minutes, so I can go ahead and take a look at the next pair before we get into that. So Kyle wants me to take a look at Euro USD. I'm going to pull that up for you guys over here. All right, so looking at Euro USD right here, I'm going to go ahead and take this off. There we go with the naked chart. I'm going to turn the K2SRs and draw my zones real quick. So these zones right here are kind of relevant because it's so far from price currently. So I'm not really going to spend too much time delving into this. Once we get closer to where price currently is, then I'll take a look more in detail. But down here, these zones are pretty relevant. But I'm going to draw them anyways, just because they provide structure for us to look at, so that we know exactly where price has rejected from in the past and where it's likely to reject from right now. I'm just going to connect these two because there's no point in us really having so many zones down there. Connect this right here. And then connect this right here. All right, so looking at your USD right here, I have my zones drawn up. You can see it's had a bullish move since down here on November 3rd. So from November 3rd, it's just been establishing higher highs, right? So basically from this point right here, rejected off this point, came up, consolidated a bit. So I'll just draw this for you guys here. It shot up from this point, consolidated sideways, broke up from the structure right here. You guys can see the market structure right here. Basically, you guys can see how the institutions are moving, right? They push price up, consolidate sideways, push price up, consolidate sideways, push price up. And again, right here, we're in consolidation, right? So price is just consolidating right now for Euro USD. Turning on the momentum indicator, we can see here that we have a bullish bias, right? Obviously, we have a bullish bias, but we wouldn't take this entry until price closes above the structure because we want to catch that next bullish move, right? You guys can see the pattern right here. So the pattern right here, price has a bullish move, consolidates, bullish move, consolidates, bullish move, consolidates. Once it closes above here, then what do you think is going to happen from that point, right? Once it closes above there, it's probably going to have another bullish move this way before it goes back into consolidation. So we want to catch price as it closes above here, enter a long position right there, hit our full TP, and then it goes back into consolidation, right? Hit full TP for about 100 pips right there. So for your USD right here, I would be waiting for it to close above this structure, which would be 1.22728 before I enter, any trades, because the last thing you want to do is you don't want to enter a trade too early right here for a long position before it breaks the structure. Your stop loss is going to be somewhere around here where this low has been set. And then you're going to get stopped out because it's going to go up, reject off this point, stop you out, reject off this point, finally break structure, and then it shoots all the way up, right? You guys don't want to get caught in that fake out, especially right now with the low market volatility. You don't want to get caught in these weird movements right here because this is probably what's going to happen. It's probably just going to consolidate for a bit. And then once the new year hits, it'll probably break the structure. And then it'll probably go higher and higher from there, especially with the US dollar getting weaker and weaker as we print for the stimulus. I'm sure you guys are aware of what's going on right now with the stimulus right here. We have to print about, I think, 1.2 trillion or 1.4 trillion. Yeah, there we go. 1.4 trillion is going to be printed. So when that happens, US dollar is going to get weak. And then this is obviously going to continue up, right? Because when price goes up, this indicates that the US dollar is weaker than the euro. This indicates that the euro is stronger than the US dollar. And it's just going to fall in with basic fundamentals. So this is pretty much what I see happening here. I won't enter a buy until it breaks the structure, obviously, because like I mentioned, you don't want to get caught in this consolidating phase right here because it can probably drop even further. You can see this spike right here. They're just trying to shake people out. Like I mentioned with gold earlier, they're going to try to shake people out because I'm sure it's going to have a strong bullish bias for Euro USD. We can take a look at the sentiment as well. So we go to IG sentiment, Euro USD. All right, pull this over here. Yeah, looking at the sentiment for Euro USD, everyone's going to be long. Or no, actually 61% of people are short right now. So this is probably what's going to happen here. So they're probably trying to shift people over. Let me see how big that. I'm surprised there's that many people short for Euro USD. Obviously, these people are probably been holding those positions for a long time. But this range is probably about 100 pips. So, okay, I can see what's happening right there. People are probably trying to, they're trying to outsmart the market, right? Because like I mentioned, it's clear that it's going to have a bullish move once they start printing US dollars. So the thing with this right here is a lot of people are trying to be short the market because they're analyzing the same way we're analyzing it, right? So that's even more of a reason for us not to enter this trade right now because with that being said, it's probably just gonna go sideways. It'll probably range within this area. It'll probably come up from here, reject off this point, come down here, reject off this point, and it'll probably just bounce around until sentiment starts to change, until they lure people in. So what might happen here, actually, they might push even farther down. So it might come down from here, way down here, like what happened here, because this range is actually a lot wider. So they might consolidate price through here before it ends up shooting up. So like I mentioned, I don't want to trade within this consolidation phase right here, because you can see, if you're trading right here, there's a lot of fake outs. You can see price was consolidating a little bit. And if I rewind this to this place right here, if someone saw price break this structure right here, right, someone probably entered a sell position right here because they got faked out. They thought price was probably going to come down from this point. So they got faked out. They probably had their stop loss right here. And then instead of price coming down from that point, it did the complete opposite. It went up, right? And would have stopped them out. So just looking at sentiment, it looks like a lot of people are anticipating the, price to just consolidate with and range within these two zones before breaking above here. Because obviously, I mean, it's not a lot of people. It's 61% of people are short. So it's still kind of, it's leveled. It's not necessarily there's a ton of people short or a ton of people long. Kind of similar to gold right here. Gold, there's 81% of people long. So you can see, obviously, there's a clear distinction of like where people are trading for gold, right? Euro USD, it's a little different because we have 61% of people short, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to, go in either direction. So I wouldn't trade Euro USD until it closes above here, because you're probably going to see a lot of weird movements from here where it bounces within the structure until it closes above here, and then it continues its pattern that it's been doing since, let's see, November 1st. So it's been a clear pattern, obviously bullish move, sideways, fake out, continued sideways, bullish move. It keeps doing the same thing over and over again. So look, bullish move, fake out, right here, it consolidates a bit. It fakes out again right here. Same thing what happened right here. And then it just keeps doing the same thing over and over again. So I would prevent entering this, this pair right now, because you don't want to get caught in any fake outs. You want to make sure it closes above like it did right here. So basically same pattern, right? Bullish move, sideways, bullish move, closes above structure. You take a long position right there to full TP, 130 pips. Same situation right here. Price breaks the structure again right here, long position over here, another to this next structure over here for about 70, 80 pips, right? So once it breaks above this structure again, same thing. Take a long position right there. Let me check this right here. Look at Euro USD. All right, so same thing right here again. That's why I'd wait for price to break this structure, and then it shoots from that point, right? So that's pretty much my analysis for Euro USD. It is a holiday week again, guys. So like I mentioned, volatility is going to be very low. So it's probably not even going to break above here until sometime next year, unless something crazy happens in the news with regards to stimulus where it just spikes price up. So looking at Euro USD again right here, guys, this is why I'm glad we didn't have that sell signal, right? Because like I mentioned, there's a lot of manipulation going on with these assets, because there's not a lot of people trading right now. So volatility is very low. With volatility very low, people are able, or like the market makers, institutions are able to push price pretty heavily whenever they want to. So it looks like this was a little fake out right here for this sell. Good thing the signal didn't close, right? Because if we took that sell, we would have been screwed. And this is why it's very important to be patient, guys, because if you took this trade right here and you entered a short position and your stop loss was, somewhere around here, because obviously you wouldn't have anticipated it to break above this structure, you would have gotten stopped out because price ended up shooting right above it, right? So that's exactly why we wait for the signal, because you're going to see some crazy movements like this. So let me see how far this shot up from this point. Well, so it shot up nearly 1,000 pips, or 800 pips to be exact, within like less than 10 minutes. So now it's probably going to come back down, spike up right here. It's probably going to swing back down to this area before it continues to go back sideways. And then it'll probably come back down. It'll probably come down even further. So if we get a sell signal that closes below this point right here, this is going to be our point where we need price to close below. Or let me draw a zone right there. It's easier to see. So we need price to close below this point right here with a sell signal. If that happens, then we'll take the sell. However, until that happens, we're probably not going to take this trade just yet. but you guys can see how crazy US 30 moved right there. And this is why I'm very careful this week, guys. So like, don't think that I'm not trading because I'm just not trading. The thing is, I've been trading for a long time, guys. So I've seen this happens like every year. So that's why I'm not entering these trades right away. I'm being very, very cautious because you don't want to enter a trade and then price spikes up 10 minutes later and you're like, damn, I should have just waited. So that's the main reason why we're waiting right now. Not just for US 30, but for every pair in general, because there's going to be weird movements in the market, especially with the stimulus coming out. I don't know if there's anything else coming up. I think that's probably the main thing that we're looking for, is mainly the new stimulus and then also coronavirus news as the new numbers come out from Christmas, because obviously everyone had gatherings during Christmas. The numbers are going to go up like crazy and it's going to affect the market overall. So let me see if there's any COVID updates. Right now, let me pull this up over here. Looks like, yeah, so my area here, Orange County, we're up like 4,000 cases, I think, in the last 14 days. California is up 37,000. That's crazy. The US is up 152,000. So worldwide, we have about 80 million cases, maybe 81 million by the end of the day. Well, we had 1.7 million deaths, a lot of deaths. So yeah, as we get new numbers from the holidays, because obviously there's a lot of gatherings, the numbers are going to go up like crazy. When the numbers go up, it's going to affect the market. It's going to cause a lot of craziness in the market, obviously. So we'll pretty much be waiting for this right here for Euro USD. I still have my alert set up. So, when I get alerts, I'll pull it up. However, right now it doesn't look like we're going to get any alerts anytime soon until price corrects back from this like bullish spike right here. So we'll continue looking at this. I'll just have the market marked right here from when the market opened at 6:30. So you guys can see that now. We're currently just waiting for the signal before we ended up, taking a position for US 30. So I'll go back to the Forex pairs right now, see what other questions we have next. All right, cool. So let me go ahead and take a look over here. Let me see. So Kyle wants me to take a look at Ripple. So I'll take a look at Ripple as well. So Kyle says Ripple. Let's see what else we got here. He wants me to take a look at the Dow. Let's see. Jake Allen said, hold till next year. I'm like, what? New Year's in a few days. Exactly. Yeah. It's crazy, guys. This year flew by. The New Year is going to be here in about 3 days. So we'll see how the market starts moving after that. I think once like next week starts, because the New Year starts on Friday. Market's going to be closed on that day. So on the 4th, next Monday, that's probably when the market's going to start swinging back to how it normally does. And it's going to be beneficial for us overall, because then we'll have volatility in the market, we'll have entries, and it'll just help us all around. So we have Ripple right there. Kyle wants me to take a look at Bitcoin as well. So Kyle, Bitcoin. Yeah, guys. So if you guys are just getting in on the room, if you guys have any questions or you guys want me to analyze anything specific, just put it in the chat, and I'm making a list right now as I continue to go down further. Kyle's asking, how do you draw the zone? So Kyle, I don't know if you noticed how I drew them earlier, but I turn on the K2SR indicator, and then I draw my zones over the K2SR zones. And that's pretty much how I drew my zones on the chart. I'll do it again right now when I analyze the next pair. But yeah, basically I just draw my zones over the K2SR zones because they're they're extremely accurate. So let's see if there's anything else over here. Jacob wants me to take a look at EG, so I'll take a look at EG as well. Let's see, Jacob wants me to take a look at Euro GBP. Let's see if there's anything else here. Kyle's asking, where is the structure? Sorry, Kyle, I think I missed your question when I was going over it. Which pair were you looking at, or which pair did you want me to look at when you mentioned, I see it, where's the structure, or the double line structure? So I'm trying to figure out where which question was that regarding Kyle. Yeah, I might have missed it when I was looking over Euro USD or if I was looking over US 30 over here. So I'll keep looking over, and if you have that question again, I'll try to look over the chat before I continue further. Morning Vishnu, how's it going, bro? Renko said to short the Dow. So if you shorted the Dow, Renko, I think you probably would have gone stuffed out right here off this point. So that's why we didn't short it. And if you guys, I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys haven't been trading the Dow for that long. I haven't been trading it that long either, but I've looked back at previous data. Usually towards the end of the year, it closes bullish. So if you look back every year, and this is why I didn't really want to take a sell, because if you look back every year, I'm just going to hide this right here. Yeah, if you go monthly, it always closes bullish at the end of the year. So like right here, let's see, the 19th. So December 19th, it closes bullish right here, right? So you guys can see this, or let me go on the weekly so it's a little easier to see how it moves. So looking at December of last year, so December 1st, or yeah, from November up until December, it always closes bullish, right? So this is why I wouldn't necessarily look for a short. I mean, if you're looking at short, maybe you have an analysis for it, but it always closes bullish. So I wouldn't short the Dow unless you're holding it for, a small scalp, or if you actually know what you're doing. So like right here from November, it closes bullish. It always closes bullish at the end of the year. So this is how you guys should. So like right here, December, towards the end of December, this is like towards the end of the year, December, January. So it established a low right here. And then from December up until the new year, it closes bullish. It always closes bullish. So, some people like to call out shorts because they just want to do the opposite. But if you're taking shorts and the data pretty much shows that it always closes bullish, you're probably going to lose money if you trade that way. So 2020, it's closing bullish. 2019 is closing bullish. 2019 is closing bullish. 2017, it closed bullish as well. So I mean, if you guys are going to make like analysis, at least go back and look at the data, because if you're calling a short, it's probably not going to be short, bro, because it's been bullish the past 3-4 years. So it would be smart for you guys to actually look at the data, because you just see history always repeats itself. From November up until January, it's bullish. So for you guys that are taking shorts, good luck. I wouldn't take a short with you guys. I'll probably go opposite of you because it doesn't look like it's going to be bearish at all. It's going to be up. So just looking at this right here, Renko said short now market. Yeah. If you want to short Renko, you can go ahead, but you can see from the data here, it's always bullish. 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016. I mean, I don't know what's making you think it's going to be bearish or short the market, but looking at history right here, it looks pretty bullish to me towards the end of the year. And it just goes with psychology as well, guys. It's always going to be bullish because the market wants to close bullish so that we have morale going into the new year. They can say something like, oh, the market closed, we closed positive for the end of the year. So it's going to make it look like the market's doing very well, right? So, I mean, if you want to take that short, Renko, you can, but everything's pointing towards a bullish move. So that's why I'm pretty cautious about taking a short position if we do get that, because we might not even get a short signal here. If we get a short signal and it doesn't close below the structure right here, then I'm not going to take it. So if we get a sell signal up here, I'm probably not going to take it, because probably what's going to happen, it's going to come down a little bit and then it's going to shoot right back up. So, a lot of people just want to take shorts because they think that it's at all-time high right here, but like at this point right here, so it's at an all-time high right here. People are taking shorts because they think it's going to drop, but it's broken that all-time high like time and time again this whole year. So I personally wouldn't just take the short and take the gamble that you think it's going to come down from this point, because I think eventually it's going to swing back up. So here it might come down a little bit, then it's going to swing back up. And like I mentioned, market volatility is just really low right now. It's just a breeding ground for manipulation because there's not very many people in the market. this week, you can see market volatility super slow compared to how it was like right here earlier in the year on the 21st. And then again, you know, all throughout the year, basically up until now. So, I mean, we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, like I mentioned, if we get a signal and it doesn't close below this area, I'm not going to take the sell because it's just too risky. If it does close below here and it closes below the structure, then yeah, I would take the sell, but I probably wouldn't hold it very long. I'd probably have 3 TPs, and then as soon as it hits TP1, I'm moving my stop loss and profit. But we'll get to that once we actually have an entry. We don't have an entry right now, so we have nothing to look at. But we're just waiting for that entry to, you know, necessarily appear before we can take this out. So here, let's see. I'm just gonna go through the chat again real quick, guys, because I don't want to miss anything as I continue to move through these questions. Kipon said, people have been short forever on EU for some reason. Yeah, I know, I noticed that too, Kipon. I think we were analyzing this like all week, or like even each week we analyze Euro USD because it's one of the major pairs that we look at. And a lot of people have been short. I think that the main reason for this is because of the shutdowns going over in the UK or like throughout Europe due to the new coronavirus strain. But it goes, that's why it's going sideways, because even though the euro is getting weaker, the US dollar is getting even weaker as well. So that's why this isn't necessarily moving in a direction, it's just going sideways. So that's kind of what I see happening for Euro USD there. Let me continue going down real quick and see if there's anything else here that I can take a look at. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Morning, Kipon. Hopefully you had a great holiday as well. Yeah, that goes to everyone here. So, you know, we were off. I feel like I've been offline for so long, but it's only been a couple of days. I think the last time I went live was last Thursday. So it's only been about 4 days, I think. It feels like I haven't been online for like weeks because I'm usually on here with you guys every single day. So let me keep looking at these questions over here and see if there's anything else that needs to be looked at. So we have another question from Aleph. So Aleph wants me to take a look at GJ, so I'll take a look at that as well. Why? Peter's asking, Shawn, do you really believe the daily numbers MSM report? So let me look that up, Peter. I don't really look at that ever. I'm not sure if, let me see, I don't know what that is, MSM report. I looked at MSN and a lot of weird things came up, Peter. So maybe you could be a little more, I don't know what this is. Yeah, Peter, if you could be more specific with the MSM report, I'm not sure what you mean, but I Googled MSM report. If you guys want to Google it, I'm not going to put it on here because it's probably going to mess with the YouTube. They're probably going to take the video down. But there's a lot of weird things that came up on there. Let me reread your question. Peter said, Shawn, do you really believe the daily numbers MSM report? Are you talking about COVID or are you talking about something else? Oh, okay, mainstream media. Okay, I Googled MSM, and if you guys look at it, you're gonna see some weird stuff that comes up. I'm gonna close that real quick. But yeah, no, of course not. I don't list, like I don't follow any mainstream media at all. The reason for following that mainstream media or just to look at it is that you can see how the market reacts to it, right? So news happens, you look at the charts, and then you see how these spikes happen, right? I don't necessarily believe any of it, but you still have to pay attention to it because it affects the market, whether you're trading it or whether you're not. So I personally don't follow it, but I look at it because I want to see how that's affecting the market or not. Because obviously it's going to affect people's bias and the way people trade. Sam said LSM, mainstream media. Yeah, no, exactly. That's funny, Sam. Yeah, I don't follow any news. I don't follow news in general, guys, because I'm not really big on like main events and stuff. If it doesn't affect the market or if it doesn't, everything I do relates to the market, right? So if I look at the news, I'm looking at like stimulus news, obviously. I'm looking on CNBC. I'm seeing what people are talking about because generally CNBC comes out with news like later, like they usually post it up and the stuff's already happened. But if you want to see what happened here, like if you saw some weird spike in price, you could just look at CNBC or something and you can see like what was the news that caused it. I'm not here like following news 24/7 and looking for any updates for, you know, COVID or anything like that. The only time I look at the news is when the market's being affected, obviously, because I want to understand why I lost a trade if I do lose a trade, or if I win a trade, I want to understand, you know, why did I win that as well. So you guys can see right here, the all-time high was broken again. So if you guys are taking that short, looks like it's just going to keep pushing up even higher, guys. So I wouldn't take that short. I mean, you guys can take it if you want. If you guys want to, you know, basically take a speculative trade. But me personally, you guys know how I trade. I only take trades if I know they're going to win. I'm not going to like gamble and just take a trade because it's at an all-time high, because it can easily continue up even further. So I'm not going to take that short for US 30. If you guys are thinking about it, all I can say is good luck, because it's breaking the structure right here already. So if it closes above it, it's broken past it. It just hasn't closed yet. If it closes above it, it's probably going to continue up even further. So let me keep checking on these questions over here real quick. Abedi Nazir is asking, can you look at UJ? Okay, so you're in a buy. So let me look at that as well. Yeah, wants me to take a USDJPY buy. I'm gonna keep looking down over here as well. All right, so Aleph said, looks like the pivots are indicating a buy. So yeah, I'll take a look at that. Zephyr wants me to take a look at USD, SGD, and GU. So we have a bunch of questions here. So I'm probably gonna get into these questions real quick so that we don't fall too far behind. Zephyr wants me to take a look at USD, SGD, and GBP USD. So I'll go down this list real quick. I'll see if any of these questions apply to you guys, and then we can move on from there. Dave wants me to take a look at Apple. AAPL. And then Billy said Joe Biden speaks today at 3:30. Also, there's a voting on the stimulus increase today. Oh, nice. Okay, so I didn't even know they were voting on that stimulus increase. Thanks for letting me know, Billy. So Billy mentioned that Biden's going to be speaking today later, and then they're going to be voting on that increase for stimulus. I think it'll probably pass. Realistically, I think it's going to pass because $600 is nothing, guys. And you guys know exactly where that's going for you guys. It's going straight to your Hugo's Way account. So hopefully that pushes up, you know, maybe 1,000, so you guys can have some money to trade with into the new year. But okay, so I'll take a look at that right now as well. Let me see if there's anything else to add on to the list before we continue going. So Deswell said, what's up, K2 family? Let's get this back. Season's trading. Nice, Deswell, definitely. I'll definitely look at UJ for you. Abdi Nazir. Josh said, Shawn, would you be taking long position instead for US 30 as long as it passes the previous short? Never mind, you answered my question too early. Yeah, no problem, Josh. Yeah, definitely. I'll be looking for the entries here. So it did break the structure right here. It didn't close above it yet though. So keep that in mind. Price has to close above it before we have that full confirmation. So if it closes above it right here, I'm not going to be taking any sells, because this is going to indicate that price is going to continue up further from this point. I think it broke an all-time high, right? Let me see this right here. So let me go on the hourly. Yeah, that's the all-time high. So hopefully you can take that sell, Renko. Renko kept calling a sell, and it did complete opposite. It went higher and higher. So I personally wouldn't take any sells right now, because like I mentioned, you know, I showed you guys the data from US 30 every year. It always closes bullish towards the end of the year. So I personally wouldn't take any sells off US 30 right now. And it's just going off data, guys, right? So if you guys are gonna take a trade, you guys got to make sure you analyze the data completely. You don't just look at it because it's at an all-time high. You're gonna take a sell, because if you took a sell right here, you're pretty much in some heavy drawdown. Because I think if you took the sell from this point, it's already shot up nearly 500 pips, and it looks like it's going to continue up. We have about 7 minutes left on this candle. If it closes above here, then it's probably going to continue up further. And you guys know how I trade. You know, I only take trades that I'm 100% sure about, and I'm not 100% sure about this right now. So I wouldn't take this trade myself. If you guys want to take the a long position, it looks like it's going to continue up further. I might just buy and hold some US 30 and see how it plays out, but I don't want to take it on my FTMO because wow, look at this, guys. So it shot up from this point, from down here, actually, from the market open, and it's still pushing. It's pushing up even higher. It's pushed up already 1,000 pips from market open. 1,300 pips now. So yeah, it looks like it's going to continue to push up like this right here. See, so yeah, Renko, if you took that sell right there, I feel bad if you're in this position because you're going to have some deep drawdown. It looks like you're probably going to get stopped out at some point, unless you have a really like tight stop, a really wide stop loss, because this has got a long way to go, especially up until it's probably going to hit. Yeah, it's going to hit 30,500. I could see it hitting this point right here. I'm sure David has it lined up as well for your entry right there. So, because I know you have those quarter points up. So it definitely crossed this quarter point over here for 250. The next move is going to be 30,500 right there. So we'll see how this plays out. Reiko said, why deep drawdown? Because you called a sell right here, right? Or at this point, you said to sell US 30, right, Renko? So if you sold from here, you're in drawdown nearly 1,000 pips. So I don't know if you're trading. I mean, maybe you're trading like a penny account, so that wouldn't be considered a deep drawdown. But if you're trading a normal account, you probably are in drawdown maybe close to $700 at this point, right? I would consider that a deep drawdown. I don't know if you're trading a massive account, but $700 is a decent drawdown, I would say, if you're trading a normal account. But if you're trading a penny account, then yeah, you're maybe down like 70 cents. That would be considered a deep drawdown. But we don't trade. Well, I personally don't trade a small account, so this would be considered a deep drawdown to me. And we'll see how it plays out. It's probably going to continue up even further. Nice. Yeah, Varun said US 3 is giving a buy signal on the 15. So I did hear that from a lot of people as well. So we have the 15 right here. There's that buy signal. So if that closes right there, this could probably, I'm going to take a trade on my personal account and I'm just going to hang on to it. And I'm going to see how it plays out. I'm not going to take it on my FTMO. It's just too risky. But we will, we'll see how this plays out. So yeah, I'm gonna take this on my personal account. I'm just gonna take like a small lot size and just hang on to it up until the next year probably. So let me just take this buy right here. Actually, I'm gonna wait for it to pull back a little bit. It's probably gonna have to retrace. Let me see how this plays out right here. All right, I'm trying to think what kind of position size should I take. How many pips is this from this point? It's probably going to be about 200 pips. So I'm probably going to take, I'm going to take a long position right there on my personal account. And then I'm just going to, I'm probably just going to slide I'm going to do a longer hold for this, maybe till the end of the year. My stop loss is going to be 30.3. I'll just leave it at 30,000 basically. Oh, nice. I'm in some profit right now. All right, guys. So I took this trade right here. I entered at this point, like when it pulled back right here. I have my stop loss. So this is just a speculative trade. This doesn't fall within the strategies, guys. So like, I'm just taking this trade because I've already analyzed it. Dang, Renko said he's like adding shorts. So good luck, Renko, if you're adding shorts to this, because I see it pushing up even further. I have my stop loss way down here, guys, below the structure. So I have it at 30,000. And I'm just gonna, oh shit, my bad. Oh, that's way too far down. Shit, my bad. Let me fix this right here. 30,300. Okay. So I'm putting my stop loss at 30,300 right here. Stop loss is way too wide. 30,300. All right, cool. So I'm holding this long position. You guys can see here on my blue screen right now on my Hugo's Way, my personal account. I'm just holding it. I'm pretty much gonna hold it until the end of the year, and then I'll see what I do from that point. But I think it's gonna continue to push up. Look at this right here. Wow. So Ranko, if you enter that sell that you were talking about earlier, it looks like you're in drawdown about 1,500 pips from that point. I mean, yeah, if that's how you want to trade, Ranko, I mean, that's cool. Ranko said a losing trade is not a drawdown for me. I add shorts. So, I mean, you're basically just gambling at that point, right? Like for me, I don't gamble when I trade. You know, I trade with probability and basically skill from, you know, analyzing how the market moves. So, I mean, good luck to your position, but I think it's going to continue pushing up. And I have a long position as well. So I'm holding it till the end of the year. I think it's going to keep pushing up. You know, like me personally, I take bigger positions, so I can't hold it up until like this point. It might drop at some point, but I mean, obviously it's going to drop. But if you're holding this and it pushes up to here, you would be from this point, you'd be down like maybe 2,000, about 2,000 pips. So, I mean, good luck to your position. I'm not trying to knock your position at all. I'm just saying that I don't just take, you know, risky trades like that where I just add losing trades to an already losing trade. I like to, you know, add winning trades to my winning trades. So like, obviously if I was in a long position here, I'd add more longs. I wouldn't add any shorts to mine, but I'm in a long. So we'll see how this plays out. And it's all a speculative trade, guys. Like I'm not, it doesn't fall under the K2 strategy. It's just, I'm just buying it. I'm holding it because going back in data. So if you guys look back at the data that I was looking at earlier, see if I go back to all of the US 30 data from the past, you know, X amount of years, it's always been bullish. So like just showing you guys here, it was bullish. It's bullish this year from November up until now. It's bullish last year from December or November, actually, yeah, November up until the end of the year. It's been bullish at the end of every year. So that's why I'm taking the bullish trade. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But okay, so we'll go ahead and continue looking at these other questions that people wanted over here, and then we'll keep going down with this. So let me go ahead and take a look at whatever else we have over here before I continue further. Okay, Velocity says, how's their challenge coming along for you? Gonna pass by the end of the year, or are you gonna go into next month? So I'm probably gonna go into next month. Velocity, the market volatility is just really low, so that's why I'm not taking any crazy trades right now. I'm pretty much just taking it as it is. If there's any entries, I take them. If not, then I'm just sitting tight until market volatility picks right back up. Ranko said you only take trades who win. How do you know that? Just, you know, I don't know if you're new here, Ranko. Are you new here? Because I trade the same way every single day. So if you look at all of my trades, all of my live calls, they're using the same strategy every time. So if you learn the strategy, you can see exactly how I trade. You don't even have to learn the strategy. Just sit on these sessions, and I trade the same way every day, pretty much. Ron David said, Ranko, he means he only takes trades with high confidence probability of winning, which is why K2 has a high win rate with US 30. Yeah, definitely. I agree. Keep on to still the same story, it seems. US dollar weak, stock strong, Bitcoin strong, gold strong. Yeah, it's weird, right? Coupon, like they usually go opposite, but they're all going the same direction. So it's kind of weird that all of them are giving the same. Abdul's asking, what's your target for US 30? Because I can see because of the webcam. Abdul, like for my US 30, I don't have a TP for this. I just have, I'm moving my stop loss up. So as it continues to move up during the year, or, you know, towards the end of the year, the next 3 days, I'm just going to keep moving my stop loss up. So once it moves up further, I'm just going to move my stop loss to in profit, maybe to this point here. And I'm just going to ride it. I have no TP set. So I'm literally just writing this from this point. I'll move my stop loss to this point. Once it pushes higher, and then as it continues to push up, I'm just going to continue moving my stop loss higher and higher. with it so that I can have, basically an unlimited profit potential as it continues to move up further. So no TP for me. I just have a stop loss set down here at about 30,300. And then I'm going to just continue moving it up because like I mentioned, it's going to have a bullish move, up until the end of the year. So that's why I'm going to keep hanging on with that. Let me see if there's anything else here before I continue. Nice. So Tam said she was been in since 30,361. Nice, nice. So she's been in since way down here, 30,361. Yeah, so you got in right at that drop. So you got in like right when it came down right here, and then it rejected off this point, and then it shot way up. So Tam's in profit. Wow, she's in profit, 1,000 pips already. So she's doing good. Wow, yeah, so you're pretty deep in profit. I took like a 0.02 lot size, so I'm in decent profit right now. Let me see. I'm profit about $60, so it's not too bad, but I'm gonna hold on to it. This is gonna be a long hold until the end of the year, basically. Let's see. Cameron said, are you in US 30? Yeah, Cameron, so I'm in a buy right now. It's just a speculative buy. The reason I took the buy is because US 30 generally closes bullish towards the end of the year and into the new year as well. So I'm just gonna be holding it and then moving my stop loss and profit as it continues. Lisa's asking, what is your trailing stop range? So I don't have a range really, Lisa. I'm just eyeballing it. So I have my stop loss down here right now, but as it moves up, I'm just going to move it with structure. So as it moves up, I'm going to just move it with low. And as it continues to move up even further. So say if it moves up to this point right here, pulls back a little bit like, it normally does, pulls back slightly. It leaves a wick right there. If it leaves a wick and then it continues up further, then I'll move my stop loss to that point. And then I'll probably just keep sliding it up. I don't have an exact range for it, for the trailing stop loss, because I want to hold it until the end of the year. So that's the reason why I'm not going to move it too early. I'm just going to hold on to it. And then as it continues to move up, I'm just going to move my stop loss with it. But I'm going to have it pretty far away because I don't want it to get triggered too early. Because my stop loss right now is currently down here. Let's see, 30,300. My stop loss is currently down here right now. So I got, I've got a long way to go before I end up wanting to move it at some point. Oops, let's move this up right there. Yeah, so it's gonna break this 30,500 right now, or it broke it, but it hasn't closed above it. I think if it closes above it, what David's looking at. So once that happens right there, David's going to anticipate it to move up to 750 up here, right? David, you know exactly what you're looking at. Well, I know what you're looking at because what we talked about last. So once it breaks above this structure, then it's probably going to push up to this next point up here. So we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, I'm just waiting for it to move. I'm not going to move my stop loss up anytime soon, Lisa. I'm just going to be watching it. And then as it continues and, establishes another structure like it has right here, and then, again, right here, and then possibly again, somewhere around here, that's where I'll move my stop loss. But currently right now, I just entered the trade. So I'm not going to move the stop loss just yet because I don't want to be too close to, where price currently is. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at these other questions, and then we'll continue up even further. Nice. Yeah, Tam said, joys of working overnight. Definitely, you're up pretty much all day when the market's actually moving. Hey, morning, Mark. How's it going, bro? Morning, Sisuk. Yeah, definitely. So Sisuk agrees with mine as well. Varun said I entered at 30,365, but exited with $100 profit. Nice. That's good, Varun. Profit's profit. I would just take them as they go, especially with how the market's moving towards the end of the year as volatility, starts to die down. It's just going to be risky for you to really have any long holds. I'm just holding this because, like I mentioned, I always see US 30 be closing bullish towards the end of the year. So I can probably see this push even further from now up until New Year's Day on Friday. Yeah, I didn't anticipate this either, David. So David said I didn't anticipate 30,750 this week. I don't anticipate it either, but it's probably going to get to that point by the end of next week, or like, into next year. It's not really, like, you think about it, it's not really that far. It's only about 2,500 pips from where price currently is. That's maybe enough movement for like two full days of trading if there's like decent volatility in the market. But if it does break this structure, it'll probably push up, maybe go sideways a little bit, but eventually it'll probably reach that point. But I mean, we'll see. It might not even reach that point. It might get like halfway there, and then it might come right back down. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays from this point. And yeah, I'm gonna hold on to my trade. So I have this active right now. You guys can see on my phone, I'm up like about $100 now. Close. I'm like $80, $90 in profit. About to be 100. So we will continue to see how this goes. So let me go ahead and take a look at anything else over here. Cameron said, so US 30 is going to go up as well as gold. Strange. Yeah, Cameron, the market's just, it's a highly manipulated time right now. Because, well, the thing with gold and US 30 is they haven't really been moving opposite like this whole year. You've seen that gold has gone up because of COVID. So if I pull up gold over here, it's gone up a lot during the year due to COVID. And so has US 30. So like right here in March when, COVID became wide known, right here, it shot from this point all the way up here, right? So same with US 30 right here. If I go in the higher time frame, from COVID, it actually did the opposite because everything closed, so the market went down, and then it shot up from that point. So you guys can see right here that, basic fundamentals haven't really been playing out how they normally do. But just looking at this point, so you can see from March, strong bullish move. Same with like US 30, strong bullish move, right? I don't know. I have no way to really explain it. The market just does what it does this year because of COVID. There's, this is a different year. It's not how the market normally moves, but we're just going to take it as it is. That's why I don't really analyze and correlate pairs like US 30 and gold, because they're just going to do what they're going to do. So that's why I analyze them separately rather than analyze them from a correlating standpoint. So yeah, looking at gold right here, it's probably going to be bullish because, like I mentioned, with the new stimulus bill getting passed, they're going to print US dollars, and then the US dollar is going to get weak while gold gets stronger. So that's basically what I see happening with gold and with US 30 over here. So let me continue down further and see if there's anything else that I need to look at before I continue further with these questions. So let's see if there's anything else over here. Vishnu said, start the challenge when you're ready. Don't hurry. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, guys, just another reminder, because Vishnu is asking any advice on whether or not to start the FTMO challenge before or after the new year. So a lot of people want to time the market, right? And timing the market just isn't it's not possible, guys. Because the thing is, the market you guys could think that it's going to be very slow. And like I mentioned, like, the volatility was super slow right here. It was only moving about 300 pips. And then all of a sudden it shot up right here, and it went from moving 300 pips up to, nearly 2000 pips within just 30 minutes or so. So there's no good or bad time to start a challenge, guys. It just depends on how confident you feel with trading. If you feel confident and you think you can pass the challenge, then take it. If not, then wait till your confidence is there, because it's really going to depend on you. It doesn't matter if there's going to be trades in the market. It really depends on your confidence and whether you think you can pass, because it's all going to be psychological, right? If you think you're going to fail, then you're probably going to fail. If you think you're going to pass, you're probably going to pass. So just take it as it is. Like, if you think that you're going to pass, then go ahead and take it, because I think they give you an extra 10 days anyways for FTMO. And even if you buy an account right now, your timer doesn't start until you take your first trade. So you can buy it now, and then if you feel confident today or tomorrow, you can start it. If not, you can just hang on to the account and then start it next week, when the new year starts. So it's really up to you, Vishnu. It just really depends on you, if you feel confident with taking the trades, because it's going to be you that's in control of that account. It's not going to be me So it doesn't matter how I feel about the market. It doesn't matter how someone else feels about the market. If you feel good about it, then take the challenge. If not, then just hold off until you're ready. So let's continue over here real quick. Dominic's asking, but now it's too late to take an entry on US 30. So you can take the entry if you want, Dominic. The thing is, I wouldn't, like, there's no entry that was to be taken. This was a speculative trade. I just saw that it was bullish. And then looking at US 30, how it closes at the end of the year, every single year for the past, I think 4 or 5 years, it's been bullish. So that's why I anticipated to continue to be bullish right here. There's no specific entry. I just took the trade and I'm just hanging on to it until the end of the year. And then as price continues to move up, I'm just going to move my stop loss and profit. It's currently down here at 30,300, but I'm just going to slide it up slightly every time it continues to move up further. So maybe once this pushes up further up here, I'll move my stop loss to here and profit. And then as it continues up, I'll just continue to keep moving my stop loss and profit. But there's no specific entry point. We just see it as being bullish up until the end of the year. So that's why I took that trade. Let's see. Tam said K2 signals, man, definitely. John said, do it now. Let me see if there's any other questions here real quick. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything before I go and analyze everything up at that point. Air Suspension said, hi, Shawn. My humble advice to you is instead of teaching these guys, why don't you just automate your indicator and rent it out to them? Because if that was like, I mean, honestly, I already have automated Air. I just don't have it. I'm not licensing out to people. The reason for that is that there's a lot of regulation in the US, you know, for account management type services. So that's why I don't do it. I was an attorney before this, so I do understand, you know, there's specific laws here in the US that you just don't want to deal with because it can go into a lot of legal, like there's a lot of things that will turn out from that point. You know how like automation works. So the thing is, I already have it automated. I'm going to take, like, I can take it on my own, but there's no point in me sharing it with people. Why would I like rent it to people when I can just take the trades on my own and just, I mean, you know how it is. You've automated it, so you know how it works. It's very, very accurate. So let me just continue this right here and see what else you got. You can easily ask a couple hundred per month. You can rent it out to thousands of traders. After that, you can buy Tesla and even a spaceship from Musk. Air Suspension said, I'm pretty amazed from the results that I have. I upgraded a bit and I'm trading 6 instruments at the same time. Nice. That's awesome. That's super awesome, Air. So yeah, I do agree with, you know, that'd be a lot easier to just automate the strategy and pretty much just allow other people to use it. But like I mentioned, you know, here in the US, we have a lot of regulation. You know, me being an attorney, I know the dangers that come with account management and stuff like that. And in that situation, I'm better off just trading on my own. You know, I don't need to share this with with other people with automation, because the problem with automation is that there can be, you know, the system can go rogue at any time. And there's been situations like last year with like other companies where their broker had some server side issues where they lost connection and stuff, and they ended up losing like millions of dollars. You know, once you start to lose that kind of money, people are going to go after you with regard to getting their money back. So it's not something that I want to deal with, honestly. And you know, at that point, I'm pretty much, I just do it on my own. You know, I could just run it automated, because there's another thing that I was looking at, and I'm going to go over this with David later. David, if you're still here, it's basically the way that we handle lot sizes with regard to our entries, because you know how our win rate is, and it's just going to be really interesting. I'll go over that later with you, David, and we'll talk about that. But that's probably going to be something that's just used between certain K2 members, and it's not going to be something I'm going to teach to everyone, because it's a high risk way of trading. And you've discussed it before, Air Suspension. You kind of did like some sort of martingale system, which actually works pretty good, because looking at our, let me see if I could pull up the other thing here. It's just too much of a hassle for me to pull it up right now. But if you look at our results, you know, usually like we don't really have that many back-to-back losses. So it's kind of similar to like a martingale system, but I'm not going to explain it here, because I know everything that I talk about here, people are going to take that and they're going to use that to their own analysis. And I don't want people to take risky trades like that. So I'll be talking about that with certain people in the group. I'll be talking about it with you, David, and then the rest of our London group so that we can discuss that to maximize our profits even more than we already are. So we will we'll continue and we'll see what's going on with this over here. So let me continue on down here and see if there's any other questions before we continue further. Ed said, damn, market today is super bullish because of Trump. I agree. Cameron said, what about a PAM account? Yeah. So yeah, going back to that, like I mentioned earlier, Cameron, I don't really want to go into account management. You know, what I would prefer to do is go into some sort of, not necessarily PAM account, but I'd rather have someone trade for me, like have some sort of trading team that, like a prop firm, basically, kind of like FTMO, but K2, just within itself. Like I pretty much just have a team for myself, and then we just trade this K2 strategies that we've been trading, and we just keep that within a mutual fund, not necessarily a PAM account, because like I mentioned, with PAM accounts, there's just a lot of risk that comes with managing money. And with the regulations here in the US, it's a lot, it's very strict, and I have to get certification for that. And it's just too much work, bro. Like I'd rather just trade on my own, make money, rather than have to go through all those loops and holes in order to run a PAM account for the public. So let me continue down over here further. Josh said 88 viewers and only 14 likes. Let's get this chat. Yeah, guys, if you guys haven't already, if you guys can do us a favor, just like the stream. That way I can continue to have these live sessions with you. Because like I mentioned, we're trying to grow this channel. And if this channel doesn't grow, then I'm not going to be doing this for free anymore. I'm going to do it for our premium members. But if you guys want me to keep doing this with you guys here, free advice, free chart analysis, free everything basically with this this live trading session that I do with you guys every day, just go ahead and like the stream just to help the channel grow and so we can reach other people that need help as well. Because like I mentioned, I do this completely free. I'm here to help you guys. But if it just, obviously you guys can tell that this takes up a lot of my time for me to go live with you guys and, go over your questions and analyze the charts for you. So I don't mind helping you guys, but if this channel doesn't grow, then obviously I'm going to have to keep this limited to our premium members. But if you guys want me to continue doing this, just go ahead and like the video, subscribe if you guys haven't already, and I'll just continue to keep going live for you guys every single day to answer any questions and to analyze any of the pairs for you guys. So let me go ahead and I've been going off track for a long time. I have a couple questions here that I still haven't gotten to. Let me see what else we have over here. Cameron said I'm in. Yeah, Cameron said, yeah, I do think that since your win rate's so high, taking bigger lot sizes will make the return that much greater. Yeah, exactly, Cameron. So that's why for me, I'd rather just trade on my own rather than handle a PAM account and then have to deal with people paying and just dealing with people in general, I would rather just trade on my own, increase my lot size, and make more money from trading rather than having some sort of PAM account. So that pretty much goes with that. Okay, guys, so let me go ahead and take a look at the questions here. I'm gonna go down the list. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to just go down this list right here. So Josh wants me to take a look at silver. Kyle wants me to take a look at Ripple. Rank wants me to take a look at US 30. The other Kyle wants me to look at Bitcoin. Jacob wants me to look at Euro GBP. Aleph wants me to take a look at GJ. Abedi Nazir wants me to take a look at UJ. Zephyr wants me to take a USD SGD and GU. And then lastly, David wants me to take a look at Apple. So I'm going to take a look at all of those right there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 pairs to look at. So I'm going to zoom through those really quick. And then if you guys have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat, and then I can go ahead and take a look at that as well. So let's start off with silver real quick. So I wasn't ignoring you guys' questions. I was just going down the chat. We have a lot of people in the room today. So I'm going to go look at silver real quick. Here we go. Silver versus the US dollar. I'm gonna zoom out from this point, delete everything off the chart, turn on my K2SR indicator, and then we'll draw these zones. So let me go ahead and draw these zones down here. We have this lower zone right there. We also have these over here. And then this right there. Sorry if you guys hear like that beat, that like thumping sound outside. It's raining over here, so it's like I'm not used to having like these weird noises in my office. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but I can hear it from my window. So let me just draw these right here. All right, so I have all these zones right here drawn already. Go back on the 4 hour. I'm gonna go ahead and spread this out a little further. So after I've drawn that, you guys can see that we have a storyline pretty much drawn out from here. You can see from silver, it's just been going sideways from this point right here. And then from here, it started to have a bullish move. So the low is established down here. And then from this point, it's just been establishing higher highs. So from this point, it had a bullish move. Then it went sideways. So bullish move, consolidation, bullish move, and then actually, so this is a bullish move right here. It looks like it's consolidating within these two ranges right here. So it looks like it's just going sideways from this point. I don't necessarily trade silver myself, so I can't necessarily say if this is a big range or not. Let me see how many pips is it. It's about 200, yeah, about 204 pips. So about 200 pips, this range right here. I guess this lower range is about 100 pips or less, maybe about 800 pips right there, or 80 pips. And then this right here is a little wider. It's about 100 pips. So looking at silver right here, it's not moving as smooth as gold. Generally it moves the same direction, but looking at silver right here, I'm going to go ahead and turn on the momentum indicator. I'm pretty sure it has a bullish momentum. Yeah, it does. So it has a bullish momentum right there. Looking at this right here, it's the same analysis for gold. Basically, I would wait for price to close above this structure right here, 27.415. And then I would take a long position from there because I would anticipate this to push up further from this point, hit full TP, right? That's kind of what I see happening right here. If this was to play out as we are looking at it currently. So looking at silver right here, I think this is probably what's going to happen. Taking a couple other factors into consideration, the US dollar is going to be weak once they start printing dollars for the stimulus, and they're printing about 1.4 trillion. So you can expect this to move up. However, it's probably not going to push up that easily just yet. It's probably going to go sideways from here. And that's why I would be patient. I would wait for it to close above this structure before taking a buy, because last thing you want to do is enter a buy right now. And then your stop loss is like right here at the swing, right? And then what will probably happen is it'll probably come down, stop you out, test this structure, and then shoot on up, right? That's probably what's going to happen there. So that's why I wouldn't enter right away. I know it'd be late if you waited for it to come up here, but like I mentioned, for me, I like to take trades that are very high probability. Like I'm not going to take a trade right here because it's just a gamble as it's going sideways. I would just wait for it to close above there. Let me see how many pips is it from where price currently is. It's quite a bit. It's about 90 pips. So it's 90 pips until it crosses that structure. But like how I trade, I want to be 100% sure before I enter this trade, because I don't want to enter this trade for a long position right here and then have to hold on to this position for, days on end, because it's probably going to go up, it's going to go down, and then it'll probably come down even further to fake people out. So what's probably going to happen here, it'll probably come down to this point, fake people out, and then it'll shoot up from there, which is common. It happens all the time. But I do have a bullish bias for silver right here. I mean, even looking at the, let me look at the IG sentiment. IG sentiment, silver, or what is it? I don't know what the symbol is called. Oh, ZAG. Okay, so ZAG USD. So looking at the sentiment right here, I'm going to move this over, close that. They don't have sentiment for it. Let's see. Spot silver. Okay. So yeah, looking at silver right here, 88% of people are long. So they're not going to push a price like I mentioned right here right away, right? They're probably going to spike people out. They're going to try to knock people out because there's so many people long, and they're not going to let all these people make money off that specific trade because everyone's trading, like everyone's in a long position. They're probably going to spike price down, stop people out, swing it back up, drop back down further, stop people out. And then at random, it's probably going to shoot above here, right? That's probably what's going to happen because there's too many people that are long right now. So I don't think it's going to be long that easily. It's gonna have some noise. It's probably gonna go sideways before it actually shoots up, or until like Biden speaks later today at 3 p.m. So we'll see what happens there. I think if Biden speaks later and they increase the stimulus, then it's probably gonna spike it up. Or you're gonna see a random spike up, like a little wick, like this wick right here, where it wick down about 100 pips. So you're probably gonna see a wick up. It'll probably reject off this point, come right back down, and then go sideways again. So I personally wouldn't trade silver or gold right now because there's a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, there's too many people that are long right now. If you look at the sentiment for silver and gold, there's 81% of people long for gold, and there's 88% of people long for silver. So the thing is, you don't want to trade where everyone's trading, right? Because you're going to get stopped out. The market makers and institutions are going to make that easy for you to just win just like that. So I personally would stay away from gold. Who is this for? Yeah, this is for Josh. So I would stay away from silver and gold, Josh, because it's just when there's this many people trading one way, it just gives opportunity for manipulation in the market, right? You're probably gonna see a spike like this huge spike right here. This was like 100 pips. So you're probably gonna see a spike down again. They're gonna kick people out of the trade for like 100 pips, and then it's gonna come right back up, right? And then from when it comes right back up, it's gonna go sideways before it either goes down or goes up from this point. But this would be the safe zone. Once it crosses this structure right here, then this would be a buy zone for me because I'd have confirmation that it's broken the zone and then it's going to continue up, and that noise is pretty much, silenced at that point. So I'd be careful with this. If you were to determine whether you're going to take this trade or not, because obviously it's going to be bullish, but right now it's just there's too many people that are long. I wouldn't hop in on this. Like I wouldn't be a sheep and hop in with all these people because they're probably going to get stopped out before it goes up. So that's just my advice for gold and silver. I'd be careful with it. So we're done with silver right there. Let me go on to the next one. Kyle wants me to take a look at Ripple. Let me just scan through the chat real quick. I see you guys have been talking on the side over here. But nothing towards me specifically, so I will continue. All right, so Tanmay wants me to take a look at NZD CAD, so I'll take a look at that as well. I'm just going to add that to the list. But I mean, you guys are free to have your side conversations there. I'm just going to keep analyzing through this because I don't want to miss any of these questions as we continue further. Tanmay said NZD CAD. All right, cool. I'll let you guys keep talking in there, and I'm gonna keep scanning through these trades. So the next one is going to be Ripple for Kyle. I'm gonna turn off my ceiling fan; it's freezing here. All right, we're good. So next question is Ripple from Kyle. Let me pull this up over here. I don't know what Ripple is. Oh, Ripple's XRP. I didn't even realize that. So looking at XRP over here. Bitcoin in general is, not Bitcoin, crypto in general is a speculative asset. So there's not really much market data for us to really base our trades off, currently, because obviously you can see here, like XRP, it went sideways for like, how long? It went sideways for like a long time. It kind of went sideways for, let's see, from this point over here, since August 2019, so like literally a whole year and a half maybe, it just went sideways before I had a shoot up right here, right? So just looking at Ripple over here, it's kind of hard to analyze from a real perspective because it just moves when it wants to. It moves when certain people push the price, but it doesn't necessarily have history like Forex or stocks or indexes or anything like that, where we can really look back to, look at history to see how it moves. So me personally, I don't like to analyze cryptos because they're just too speculative, but just looking at it from here, I'm gonna try to analyze it as well as I can for you, Kyle. So this is the 4 hour. Let me see if there's any lower zones over here. I mean, there should be. All right, so you guys can see here, these zones are like very, very messy, right? because there's no real data for cryptos, because it doesn't really follow the same patterns that appear for, you know, Forex and for indexes and for commodities or any of that stuff, because it really hasn't had any consistent movement. So like looking right here, you can see that these zones actually do line up pretty nicely. You can see price came up, and then from this point, it pretty much bounces from zone to zone, right? So it pretty much established a high here, a high, a low, a lower high, and then now a lower low down here. So it's currently in some consolidation right now where price currently is. It's probably gonna go sideways from this point. And then if it probably closes below here, then it'll probably continue down. But, you know, like I mentioned, cryptos don't move like Forex or like any of the other assets that people normally trade. It's all speculation. It's all news based. So depending on it, on if something is released with regard to XRP, let me see if there's anything here that I could even look at. Yeah, they don't even have any news here for XRP. So like, I don't even know what news I would look at for XRP, but it doesn't look good. I don't know what happened here. So on the 23rd, it just dropped like heavy. Let me see if I could find any news. News. Oh yeah, it was because of the, you know, the SEC. I remember people were talking about this recently. Ripple losses, you can invoke billions of losses to innocent third parties. And this is why I do not trade cryptos. I mean, I buy and hold Bitcoin, but I don't trade it like how other people trade it. You know, with all this stuff going on with XRP, it's probably going to continue dropping. So I'd probably sell off on XRP. I know people are probably going to try to buy it at a dip right here, but I think it's probably going to, if it closes below here, you can see price tried to close below the structure, but it wasn't able to. But if it does close below it, then I probably see it dropping even lower. Maybe from, I mean, it's not going to go to zero, obviously, but it's probably going to go pretty low to like 20 cents. But, you know, that's just speculation, like I mentioned, guys. This normally doesn't happen where it drops like this. The reason for these drops are because it's news driven, right? Something happens to Ripple, and then it just starts to continue dropping. Becomes latest crypto market maker to stop. Wow. So yeah, check this out, guys. They're actually, look, XRP is actually getting removed from a lot of different brokers. So I personally wouldn't trade Ripple at all. Kyle, I might close out your position because it's probably going to keep dropping even further. And I wouldn't bet against it, because the thing is, if you're shorting this and it goes too low, nobody's going to rebuy your position, right? If you try to sell it, you're not going to have anyone on the opposite end taking your sell. So it's a risky asset to trade, because at this point, XRP might even disappear, and they'll just start some new coin to take over it. So yeah, I would be very careful with that, Kyle, if you're trading XRP. This is why I don't trade cryptos at all. I just buy and hold Bitcoin, but only because it's been established. Like, I don't trade these. I know XRP is one of the bigger ones as well, but I don't trade these smaller ones, because you don't know what's going to happen to it. This could literally just disappear by the end of next year or something like that. So I don't know. It just depends on how this plays out. Because the thing is, if this lawsuit gets worse and the U.S. doesn't back Ripple anymore, then, you know, U.S. is one of the biggest countries. If they tell people not to trade Ripple, people aren't going to trade Ripple. You might be able to trade it in these smaller countries, but or, you know, digitally, but I don't think it's going to pick up like how it did before. Like, I don't think this is going to recover enough to get back to this point anytime soon. What might happen is it's just going to go sideways again, like it did right here for like years. I mean, go on the daily chart or the weekly chart, actually. So you can see here that it's gone sideways for years on end. So like from 2018 to 2020. So like for 2 years, Ripple just went sideways. It went down, and then it went sideways. So with this huge lawsuit, this is probably going to drop even further. If it drops below 12 cents, then it's probably going to stay down there for like the next 2 years again, right? It's probably just going to continue down further from this point. So just looking at this here, you can see, just looking at patterns here, if I delete everything off the chart, you can see that once it goes into a consolidation phase, it stays in that consolidation phase for like nearly half a year, from like January up until March, April, May, June. Yeah, it pushes up a little bit, then it comes right back down, and then it just goes sideways for a very long time. So looking at price currently right here for Ripple, it's back to where it was before. So if I delete everything off the chart and I just draw where the previous consolidation zone was right here, if price breaks below here or within the zone, it's probably just going to go sideways for another 2 years before it, or maybe a year and a half or something, until it shoots right back up, or shoots down. So I personally wouldn't trade Ripple. That's my opinion, guys. You know, obviously everyone has their own opinion on cryptos, but if you ask me, I like to trade stuff that I know I know what's going to go on with that specific asset. For Ripple, I don't know what's going to go on with Ripple, so I personally wouldn't trade it. But yeah, I feel bad for whoever was up here and kept like trying to buy, and then it ended up dropping from this point. Because I know we talked about this recently, Kyle. I think your Ripple dropped quite a bit. I don't really see any time for recovery for this anytime soon, because you know, with this SEC lawsuit, it's not gonna go away quickly. This is gonna be going on for years. So you're probably not gonna see any recovery from XRP until this is done, and this is probably gonna go on for maybe 2 to 5 years, depending on you know how deep it goes. So they might shut it down. They might stop. They might not allow you to trade it. And if you're not allowed to trade it, you're just going to be holding on to some Ripple that you don't even know what's going to happen with. So I personally wouldn't hold on to it. I would get rid of it. And then you can always buy back. You know, obviously you can buy your Ripple back once they start allowing you to trade it again. But looking over here, it looks like a lot of companies are taking them off. So let's see. B2C2 becomes latest crypto market maker to stop XRP trading. Crypto asset manager, 21 shares, remove XRP from ETF products. Everyone's removing, you know, everyone's delisting XRP. So, you know, if you guys want, if you guys are okay with like your money just disappearing, then you guys can hang on to it. But looking at the data here, it doesn't look like anything is going well for Ripple at all. So if they're delisting Ripple, it doesn't look good on your end if you decide to hang on to it. So, I mean, yeah, there goes my little analysis off Ripple. I'm not gonna go too deep into it because we're just gonna go into this rabbit hole. We're just gonna keep trying to figure out what's going on with it. But I personally wouldn't trade Ripple right now. All right, so let me just scan through here real quick, see if I missed anything else. And then we got a signal in Euro USD. So there you go, with a little pullback right there. It's probably going to, and we'll see how it plays out. But guys, if we get a sell signal right here, I'm not going to call this trade because like I mentioned, I think it's going to continue up further. And we only have a couple days left in the year, and I don't want to call any bad trades right now, especially with how the market's moving. So there's about 9 minutes left on this candle. I'll come back and look at this later. But if this does close, I will not be taking it because I do have a long position right now for a long-term long for a US 30. So let me keep going down further and then see if there's anything else to, let me see if there's anything else over here. So make sure I'm not missing any questions. So Cameron's asking, if you were to have a team of traders like Wall Street, how would you pick them? It just really depends. It depends on your skill. If you're able to help with the system, if you're able to pretty much help with our, basically our research. For the most part, we already have a team going right now. We have the lending group. We do have a back testing group within K². You guys have probably seen them. They're pretty active in the chat. And they're all marked as like admins. So we have people within the group that are already helping me with developing the new strategies. And I mean, that's pretty much how it would work, Cameron. Like basically, the team would have to know the ins and outs of all my strategies, all my indicators, my thought process behind everything. That's the only way we can advance my research with regard to these strategies. Let me continue to move through here and see what else. Deswell's asking me to call US 30 trade yet. So we didn't call it US 30 trade yet, Deswell. This would be the entry right here for the sell, but I'm not going to call it because like I mentioned, we're trying to apply the new strategy that I introduced last week. And this wouldn't qualify as an entry. We would have to have that sell signal close below this price right here, and it's way up there. So if it closes above there, it's not going to qualify. This is probably just going to be a little retracement. And then from that point, it's probably going to be followed with another buy signal that closes above it. And it's probably going to continue up further. So that's why I'm not going to take this trade because we did have new findings in order to increase our win rate for US 30. So I personally would not be calling this trade if it ends up closing with that sell signal. I just find it too risky to enter that. Airsis mentioned that Ripple is not a real crypto, and as soon as you're going to find out that it's a scam. Yeah, exactly, guys. So that's why I don't necessarily trade any of the smaller cryptos. I don't even trade Bitcoin. I'm just buying and holding it, but I'm not necessarily trading it, daily. All right. So Josh said gold is dropping like crazy. So let me pull up gold real quick again. Oh, wow. So check this out, guys. Remember my analysis? So if you guys go and rewind the analysis from earlier, I told you guys this was going to happen, right? I told you guys it was going to drop from this point, and it's doing exactly what I said. Reason for that is because there's so many people long for gold. Look at 81% of people are long of gold. They just want to kick these people out. Went from 81% to 80% because that 1% of people just got kicked out of the trade. So looking at gold right here, it's dropped how many pips from this point? And hopefully you guys took my advice of not taking this trade because look at this drawdown. It's about 200 pips now for gold. And you guys just have to understand when to trade and when not to trade, guys. Right now, it's being like highly manipulated right now. It's supposed to be going up because of the new stimulus, but there's so many people long right now. They're trying to kick all these people out. They want to shake out all of these long positions. And then as soon as all these people get kicked out, so it's probably going to drop down to here, and then it'll probably shoot up from that point. Right. So don't get caught in this movement, guys. Like I mentioned earlier, don't trade. I don't recommend trading gold or silver right now because there's too many people long. There's 80% of people long for gold. There's 88% of people long for silver. So there's even more. It's going up to 90%. So there's so many people trading gold, silver for long, and you just don't want to be with those people because obviously they're going to get kicked out of the trade. So yeah, be careful with gold and silver, guys, if you guys are trading it. I know you asked about that earlier, Josh, but I don't think it's a safe asset to trade right now currently. So let me keep going over here real quick. Yeah, Billy said GJ dropped as well. So let me go ahead and take a look at that over here too. We have a question from DeAndre is asking about GU. So not DeAndre, we haven't gone to GU yet. I still have a couple other questions here. So I have US 30, Bitcoin, Euro GBP, GJ, UJ, USD SGD, GU, Apple Stock, and NZD CAD. So we have a couple other pairs to look at still. And I will definitely get over to there with those questions. So let me just go down the list again and see if there's anything else here that I need to address before I continue on with the analysis for those pairs. So Mark Lenian's asking gold. I think that the moment it should be seen how it will move because it is seeking to be liquidated to reach a balance zone, but you are sure then there will be a bullish movement. This area where gold can be affected or there may be many bluffs is a dangerous area for those who do not trade gold. Yeah, exactly, Mark. So like I've mentioned before in the past, gold is it's a highly manipulated asset. I don't trade it, guys, because it's so manipulated. Obviously it's supposed to be bullish because with the stimulus, I've mentioned this like time and time again, we have a stimulus where the US is going to print about $1.4 trillion, right? When the US prints money, the US dollar loses its value. So when this loses value, gold is going to go up because gold is a safe haven currency. With COVID going on, with there's just a lot of things going on in the world, right? There's a lot of things going on in the world that's causing uncertainty. So when that happens, gold gains in strength because people want to put their money in some safe haven currencies like gold, the Swiss franc, and what else is there? And the Japanese yen. So tying that fundamental analysis, with gold, with regard to the US dollars being printed, it's technically, it's got to go up. Obviously it's going to go up. But like I've mentioned over here with the sentiment, 80% of people are long. The banks and institutions aren't going to make money if all these people are making money. They need to push price in the opposite direction to stop these people out. So what they'll do is they'll stop people out, and then they'll take their positions. They stop people out, and then once price gets to a certain point, they buy at a discount. They buy at a discount, and then they push price where it's supposed to go up, right? And that's just how the market works. But yeah, if you guys don't know how to trade gold, I don't recommend trading it right now, especially not at this point, because there's too many people that are long at this point. So let me go ahead and take a look at the rest of the questions here and then see if there's anything else. Aleph said, can you show us how the London team analyze, please? Sorry, Aleph, I'm not sure what your question means. You're asking, can you show us how the London team analysts sorry, Aleph, I don't get your question. I think you want me to show you how they analyze. They analyze the same way that I analyze everything. They just apply the K2 strategies. There's nothing different that's done. If you apply the K2 strategies the same way I do, that's how they do it as well. There's not necessarily, they don't necessarily analyze it a specific way. They just apply the strategy that how it's supposed to be analyzed, and they do it how it's meant to be analyzed. There's no specific way to do it differently. It's just they apply the strategy how it's taught, and they stick to the plan. So if you want to analyze it the same way they do, it's the same way that I do it as well. It just depends on which strategy that you are applying. But for me specifically, I draw my zones first, and then I turn on the momentum indicator to identify the direction of momentum. And then from there, I'll see how price breaks key structures in order for me to catch those momentum swings in that direction. So let me continue to see what's going on over here. Keem said, hey, Shawn, good morning. So please explain to me about IG sentiment. Is it best to trade with a percentage that's going against everyone else? Not necessarily, Akeem. So how I analyze gold right here, all fundamentals point to a bullish move, right? Because gold is a safe haven currency. So with all this stuff going on in the world, people put their money into safe haven currencies because that's where their money is safe, right? And then tying in the US dollar fundamental analysis, with regard to the stimulus being passed, basically when the US dollar gets printed, when there's more US dollars that are being printed, it lowers the value of the US dollar. So if that happens, then it's going to go down, right? I mean, it's going to go up, because if you guys understand how price moves, when it goes up, this means that the first currency is stronger than the second currency. If price goes down, this means that the second currency is stronger than the first currency. However, looking at the fundamental analysis that I just discussed, with the US dollar being weak, this should be going up because gold is a safe haven currency. And then tying in the sentiment right here, you can see that everyone here knows that, it's not rocket science. It's really common knowledge that if the US dollar is weak, then gold should go up, right? Because they move opposite of each other. But I wouldn't necessarily trade the opposite of what everyone's trading. You'd have to make sure that IG sentiment should be the last of your confirmations. You should analyze it first from your own analysis, make sure that it falls within your strategy or whatever you're applying. If you have a buy signal, if you have a buy analysis, so say if you analyze this for a buy, right? Just looking at that, and then you look at this here, and there's the people that are long, that makes it a risky trade, because everyone is looking at the same thing. You don't want to trade where everyone's trading, because majority of people fail at trading, right? I think, what is there, a 95, maybe that's too big of a number, maybe a 90% of people who trade fail at trading, right? Because those 90% of people trade the same way. The thing is, you have to outsmart them. It's like playing chess. You have to be 2 steps ahead of the game. For this right here, a normal person would have just entered a long position at some point. When you were looking at it over here, if someone saw this right here, what would a normal trader do? If they see this bullish move right here, they hop in for that buy, right? But you have to analyze it like you're playing chess. You have to realize that, price is at a structure. What could happen from here? You have to look at the different scenarios. At this point, price can either continue up, or it can reject off this point and swing back down, right? So this is how I analyze all of my pairs. You have to analyze it from different scenarios. Right here, personally, I wouldn't take this trade because I see the rejection off this point. And I turn the momentum indicator right here, we have a bullish momentum. However, price hasn't broken the structure. So like, I think if you look at my analysis from last week, I was saying that price would have to break the structure right here before I enter a buy. And, normal person, if they don't have this same thought process that I use, they would just enter a buy right here, right? And then if you entered a buy at this point, so like if everyone enters a buy here, they try to chase this bullish move, they have their stop loss like maybe below the structure right here because they want to have a tight stop loss. They enter that trade and they get stopped out, right? So for this, you just have to analyze it from like more than one perspective, but then if possible, more than two perspectives as well. Because, price can do a lot of things. It can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways. It can literally just range before it shoots in either direction. So like for me, if I was analyzing this for a buy right here, I would analyze this as a buy first, and then I would go to IG sentiment and see where everyone's trading. And I would try to be where majority of people aren't. If it's like 60%, that's fine, because it's a small majority. It's not like 80% people that are in that direction. For this, however, I wouldn't enter this because there's too many people long. Basically what the market makers and institutions are doing, they're trying to shake people out because, gold is an expensive asset to trade. So usually people don't have large enough accounts to handle any drawdown. So what they need to do is just spike price down again, even further, stop people out, even further down here, stop people out. And then when you least expect it, it's going to shoot up to where it's supposed to go. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, Akeem, you shouldn't, I don't necessarily recommend that you look at the IG analysis, like the sentiment first. Look at this at the very end to make sure it lines up with your analysis, and try not to trade where the majority of people are trading. But yeah, so that's it for gold right there. Let me continue further. I think that's it for the questions right now. So I think that's it. I'm going to go down and analyze everything that people have asked previously. So we've looked at everything else. We're going to look at US 30 real quick. I'll just analyze it on here because it's a lot easier for me to analyze it. All right, so looking at US 30 right here, I have nothing on the chart. I'm going to turn on the K2SRs. And then, so I'm going to go on the 30-minute actually. Yeah, looking at US 30 right here, this looks like, I'll just draw these zones first and then I'll analyze it for you guys. So US 30 is currently at an all-time high, I believe. So there's not going to be any upper zones because price hasn't been around that area yet. So we're just going to have these lower zones right here for now. And then I'm going to put this line at the all-time high right here, I guess. Yeah, so analyzing US 30 right here, you can see these like crazy movements, since, let's see. So it broke into this structured area over here, like beginning of November on the 9th. And then from that point, it's just been moving up, right? It's been spiking all over the place. Looking at US 30 right now, though, looks like it broke. So right here, price started, let me see where this started to push up. So it started to push up from this point. This was the low point at 29,431. It pretty much went from here. It shot up from this point. Then it looks like it went into like some sort of consolidation right here within this area, dropped down a bit, established a new low from here, and then it shot up from this point. So right here, it shot up. This is actually gonna be a better picture for it. So just looking at the smaller picture from December 22nd till now, price shot up, consolidated, shot up, consolidated for quite some time, shot back up, consolidated, and then shot back up again right here. So it shot up at this point. It's probably going to consolidate for a bit right here, or it might come down. So like scenario number one right here is it's probably going to create new structure at some point right here. And then it'll probably come down, test the structure, go sideways. And then I think towards the end of the year, I mean, we're on the 28th, so we only have about 2 or 3 days left in the year. It's probably going to continue back up even further. So I have a bullish bias on the US 30 right now. We do have this entry here, so I don't know if you guys want to take it. I'm not going to take it because, like I mentioned, it just seems like a bit of a risky trade. I think it's going to swing back up. And this is just going off my analysis using the new addition to the K² strategy that I've discussed before. Basically, if you guys sat in on the last session, there's now what I'm adding to the strategy is I would want price to like the previous signal. So if this signal right here closes with the sell, I would want it to have closed below here before taking that trade. And then vice versa, if we were taking a buy, then I would want it to close above this area right here. The reason for this right here is because looking back at previous data for US 30, so I just analyzed it from right there. Basically, I think it's gonna go sideways, but I think overall it's gonna have a bullish move. But looking at US 30 for the past 4 or 5 years, I was analyzing this earlier, so I'm not sure if you guys caught my analysis this morning. But looking at US 30 for the past 4 or 5 years, basically at the end of the year, there's always a bullish move. It always closes bullish. So looking at this from a weekly analysis, you can see right here from November up until now, it's a bullish move. And then looking at 2019 from December, actually, it started a little later here, but like towards the end of the year, December up until the new year, it had a bullish move as well, right? So bullish move right there, going back to 2017, from November up until the new year, it was a bullish move as well. So just looking back at previous data over here, as we get closer to the end of the year, it always ends up closing bullish, right? So 2016 up until 2020, it's always been a bullish move from November up until the new year. So that's why I personally don't think it's going to, I think it's going to continue to push up further. And that's why I don't really want to take any sells from now up until the new year, because I think this is going to continue up further. This might be a slight pullback right here to this point, and then it's probably going to continue up for a bullish move. So looking at this right here, we did have a sell signal right here, but like I mentioned, I think this is going to swing back up. And then if we have another buy signal right here that closes above the structure, that would fall under the new requirement that I introduced last week. So if it closes above here, then I would anticipate a bullish move to swing from here on up. So that's pretty much what I see happening with US 30. You can see right here, it's actually swinging up as we speak. It might come down a little further to test the structure down here, but I think it's definitely going to have a continued bullish move. It's just having a retracement here, obviously, because when this happens where there's a big bullish move, there's always going to be some sort of retracement before it either goes sideways for a bit, or if it shoots all the way back up. So that's why I didn't take this trade right here. Hopefully you guys didn't take it either, because just looking back at previous data, it almost always has a further bullish move. So that's why we didn't take this right here. Let me check this real quick. Gene Vaughn said, do you believe US 30 can go back to the bottom of structure? Which bottom are you looking at, Gene Vaughn? Are you looking at this one over here? I'm assuming you're looking at this one, right? So it might be able to drop from this point to this structure, but it might not. So I wouldn't bet on it, because I would have a bullish bias. I obviously would want to take a bullish move. And just looking at this to the structure, it's not even that far. It's only about 200 pips. So it's not that far from that next structured area before it could reject off it. So what could happen here is it could probably come down, reject off this point, and then come shooting up, right? Like I wouldn't take this short right here and try to scalp my way down. I would just wait for it to shoot back up and then take another, ride that thing even higher. What you can do as well is, if you really want to enter this trade, you can probably put like a buy stop right here at this high, because obviously once price breaks the structure, or once it swings back up and closes above here, odds are it's probably going to continue up even further and just shoot up from this point higher and higher up until the next year. So we will we'll see how this plays out. Let's see. Josh said US 30 will probably drop to that wick at 30,433. That's a pretty big drop. I don't think it's gonna go that far, Josh. Me personally, I don't think it's gonna go that far. It might. I mean, I never say that it won't, but I think it's pretty far down. Let's see, 30,433. Let me go on this chart over here. 30,433. Yeah, no. I mean, we'll see. It looks so if this establishes a bottom right here. So like, see these wicks right here. If it establishes a bottom right here and then it's followed by a buy signal, then I definitely think it's going to shoot up even higher from that point. But, like I mentioned, we have to wait and see how this plays out. It might even come down even further, but we won't really know until it actually closes. So we'll come back to look at US 30, but looking back at my analysis here, I think it's going to have a bullish move and it's going to continue to be bullish into the next year. But I mean, we'll see how that plays out. COVID is going on. Biden's talking tonight. Stimulus is getting discussed even further as well. All those things are going to affect the market. So I'd be careful with it. But if you were to ask me, how would I trade US 30? I think I would trade it with a bullish bias because obviously, like I mentioned, the year always closes bullish and this year is no different. So that is, my take on US 30. And I think I'll move on to the next one. So Varun said gold is falling with US 30. Let me pull up gold again. Yeah, hopefully you guys didn't take any buys off that. Oh man, it dropped even further, I think, right? Let me go on the 4-hour. Yeah, so gold is starting to drop even further. And it's funny because there's so many, well, I mean, it's messed up, but there's so many people long right here. So all these people are going to lose their money, right? Wow, there's even more people entering long now for gold. So it looks like people are trying to buy at a discount right now. And I don't think it's going to push up from that point because it was 80% earlier. Now it's 81%. You know what happened with that 1%? I bet those people had their buy position. And when this dropped right here, they got stopped out, right? So they got stopped out and they're like, oh man, market manipulation. I'm gonna hop back into the market. So they re-entered for a long position. And you know what usually happens from that point? It drops even further. It's probably going to drop all the way down here. And these same people that re-enter the market are going to get kicked out of the trade again. So they're going to get kicked out of the trade and then they're going to get kicked out until their account's either blown or until they just give up. That's why I wouldn't trade it right now because they're just going on a stop loss hunt right now. I wouldn't enter this trade and I wouldn't gamble enter a short position either because when you least expect it, it's going to shoot right back up, right? So, the way I trade, guys, I trade high probability. I trade, high confidence. I don't like to trade trades where I'm going to be worried about the trade. So if I was to take a buy here or even a sell, I'd be worried and I wouldn't recommend taking that trade for this specific, pair right now. So, all right, let me go down the list again. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. So we have another one from Kyle. He's asking about Bitcoin. Let's go over to Bitcoin now. So we've got Bitcoin right here. Let me go ahead and draw these structures. Zoom out from this point. So we get that lower structure there. We got this structure right here. This structure over here. This structure right there. This one right here. Man, Aaron's always sending me some funny things on Instagram. Aaron, are you in this chat? He's probably not in here right now. All right, looking at Bitcoin right here. Let me see if there's any higher zones that we can possibly draw because, Bitcoin is at a new it's in a new zoned area. So it hasn't been in this area, I think, ever. Yeah, it's an all-time high. So that's why there's no closer zones to a current price. We could probably even go on those short time frames, like a 1 hour maybe. Okay, so we have one zone right here. So looking at Bitcoin right here, Kyle, I mean, it's the same with like XRP, you know, all cryptos are basically just speculative assets. There's no real data to really analyze this, how we would analyze Forex or any commodities or anything like that. Because Bitcoin is kind of just going back and forth all over the place. And then it has these random spikes in price. That's why for me, I'm just buying and holding Bitcoin. I'm not necessarily actively trading it because it's definitely hard to trade, right? It's not something that you can just like hop into. I mean, technically you can, but looking at price right here, obviously I have a bullish buy. So for me, I'm just buying and holding Bitcoin. Let me see if my Bitcoin is doing right now. So let me see Coinbase or Cash App. So what happened with my Bitcoin is I bought like I think 300 or 400 bucks of Bitcoin a couple months ago. And you guys can see here that I'm up like 1200 now. So looking at my phone right here, my Bitcoin grew from like 300 or 400 bucks up to 1200. So I'm up to 1201. And that's how I personally am trading. I'm not trading it. I'm just buying and holding Bitcoin. I think it's going to have, you know, even more of a bullish move. But like I've mentioned before, Bitcoin is all speculation. It's not something that you can necessarily predict what's going to happen. You know, a lot of people are just buying and holding. Um, and, you know, the reason that I see Bitcoin really shooting up is because Ripple is pretty much disappearing at this point. So yeah, look, if you look at all of these things here, there's like a ton of news about Bitcoin just pushing up. So the thing with it's funny, look at CNN. There's like, what the F is happening with Bitcoin's insane record run? And nobody really knows what's going on, you know? It's just going up. Like it's all like straight, it's pretty much straight speculation. It's just people are jumping onto this hype of Bitcoin and it's just pushing price up like insanely. You know, right here they mentioned that it's crossed like these specific points and it's just having a very strong bullish move. So me personally, I don't think it's going to I mean it could drop if it happens to, but I think it's going to have a continued bullish move, maybe even farther up until, you know, the end of the, or yeah, the end of the year is only like 2 or 3 days. So I personally think, you know, Bitcoin literally is just going to continue going up. And for me, I'm just buying and holding it. Like I put in 300 or 400 bucks and I was already expecting to lose that money. You know, that's like one US 30 trade anyway. So I'm not really worried about, you know, that deposit, but I'm just buying and holding. So yeah, you know, quick answer to your question, Kyle, is I'm just going to hold it. I don't think it's going to come down that much farther. I mean, it can, but with all the hype going on with Bitcoin right now, it looks like it's just going to continue pushing up even higher and higher, especially with XRP kind of going to shit. You know, if that's going to shit, everyone's putting their money into like the crypto that, you know, has that's most stable. Like Bitcoin's obviously the most stable compared to XRP now, which was probably one of the other more stable ones. Um, but it just goes to show, you know, if something happens in the world that affects Bitcoin or any type of specific crypto, it can literally disappear like overnight. So I'd be careful with Ripple, but for Bitcoin, I think I'm just going to buy and hold it, and it's probably going to continue to go up even further. Here, let me see if there's any other questions here. DeAndre's said Bitcoin on Cash App is too slow. Well, yeah, that's the thing, DeAndre. I don't actively trade Bitcoin. I'm just buying and holding. So speed doesn't really affect me at all because I'm just buying and holding it. It's just a wallet, you know, it's just sitting there. There's no difference between, I mean, Cash App and Coinbase or any other like any other wallet that holds Bitcoin. If you're just buying and holding it, if you're actively trading it, obviously you have to use it, you know, actual broker, but I'm not actively trading it. So it doesn't really matter to me whether it's slow or whether it's fast. But Varun, I mean, there's a ton of different places you can trade Bitcoin. I'm not sure where you're located, Varun. I'm assuming you're not in the U.S. So if you're not in the U.S., I mean, there's like Bitfinex, there's Binance, there's Coinbase, there's a ton of other ones that you could that you can trade on. There's like a bunch of different platforms. Just depends on how you want to trade it. DeAndre said, I'm just saying you'd make way more on Forex. I mean, I do make way more on Forex, DeAndre. It was like I mentioned, Bitcoin is just a buy and hold. It's not necessarily for me to really trade it actively. Oh yeah, so you're talking about trading it actively. Yeah, yeah. So no, if you want to trade it actively on the other platforms, it was like I mentioned with Bitcoin, guys. It's not something that really that really can be analyzed like that. You know, like with Forex, we're able to analyze it like on the 4 hour time frame or something. Like we have market data that goes back years and years and years. So if I pull up something like odd USD, right, like a real currency, like this we have data that goes back, like let me see how far I can go back. We have data that goes back up to like 2006, right? I can see how market has moved and we can do technical analysis on there. You know, comparing that to Bitcoin over here, I know Bitcoin's been around since what, like 2011 or 2010. Yeah, so we only have data that goes back this far, 2013. But looking at Bitcoin, it doesn't have a smooth move, right? It's all speculation. It's all you can either buy and then just catch little breakouts. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue up even further. It's just it's not something that I trade because, like I mentioned, I trade something that I have confidence with trading. Like I'm have high confidence with trading, you know, all Forex pairs and the indexes. But with Bitcoin, it's not the same where you can really pull data to identify patterns in price. Like if you look at Bitcoin here, I'm not sure how you trade it, but if you look here, like on the 30-minute or even the lower time frames, it doesn't always respect structure as it does with like Forex or like indexes or anything like that, or even stocks. You can see here that it kind of respects it, but these zones were drawn recently, right? Like today. If you go back to here, these zones are probably way different to how they move. So I personally don't trade Bitcoin. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that do trade Bitcoin, but you know, you're just like one trade away from like blowing your account if like proper risk isn't used with Bitcoin specifically, because you'll have random spikes like this right here, right? Say if you're taking like a buy position here, it broke structure, you'd have held it. So say if you were to take a buy position right here because it broke structure, you probably would have gone stopped out because it's a huge spike right here, right? So I personally don't. Yeah, exactly. So DeAndre said no strategy for real, just buy and hold it. Yeah, for me, I can't trade it like normally. I know some people do it and some people do make money off it, but for me, if I was to trade it how I trade Forex or how I trade indexes or anything like that, I'll probably blow my account, being realistic with you, because I just don't know how to trade it because I haven't traded Bitcoin and it moves a lot different compared to all the other normal assets that I trade, like Forex, commodities, indexes, stocks, any of those things. You can go back in data, but for Bitcoin, you're like one step away from it, you know, either spiking up or spiking down. So I personally wouldn't trade it. But if you like to trade, I mean, that's awesome if you make money off it. Varun's asking in the US. So Varun, you can trade on like, I'm trying to think. There's a couple brokers if you want to trade it. I think you can trade it with like Hugo's Way. You can trade it with there's other brokers here like Biffnex. If you trade, look at BTC here. There's a bunch of different places that you can trade it. I think Coinbase is like one of the main ones that people trade on as well, but it is slow. Just like DeAndre was mentioning, you would have to trade it on either a crypto broker like Binance, or I don't know what else is here. Personally, I don't trade crypto, so I'm probably the worst person for you to ask, Varun. But if you want to buy and hold, then you can trade it on like Coinbase, or you can trade it on Cash App. If you have Cash App, it is slow, so I just buy and hold it. But if you want to trade it quickly, you'd have to trade it on an actual platform that carries Bitcoin, like Hugo's Way or Biffnex or Binance or something like that. Or you can just do an easy Google search. You know, if you just search Bitcoin broker, I mean, it's really simple. Like it's not a really complicated thing to find out. You just search like Bitcoin broker, and then you'll have all the brokers come up right there. You know, it has Prime XBT, TradeStation, eToro. You know, you can even click on this right here on Daily Forex, and it'll give you all of these other brokers that you can possibly trade on. So if you want to look, Varun, just go like on Google, search BTC broker, and there's a whole bunch on here that you can choose from. But I mean, they're all going to be the same difference. Just depends on how you personally want to trade it, because it's going to have, you know, you're going to have different ways of trading it depending on which broker you use. Everyone's asking. I'm not asking about trading. I'm asking about inventing or exchanging Bitcoins for payments. Yeah, you can use Cash App. That's the same thing that we talked about earlier. You use Cash App or Coinbase. Those are the two main things that you can trade on. But like, yeah, now that you're more specific with your question, that answers your question. You can use Cash App or you can use I don't know if PayPal uses it. I don't think they do, but Cash App and Coinbase are the two main ones that you can use. If you just want to take payments through Bitcoin, those are probably the two main ones. If you're based in the US. So yeah, you can either go there. So I think Coinbase, let me check here. This is the main one that people use. I used to use Coinbase a long, long time ago when I used to trade, when I used to hold Bitcoin before I sold all of mine. But Coinbase is probably one of the safest ones that you can use. It's like pretty regulated. It's been around for a while. I have friends that work at Coinbase as well, like in NorCal. So this is probably the main one that you should probably use if you want to use it for payments and stuff like that. I used Coinbase. I mean, I use Cash App, but it's just really up to you. If you want to use something that's more established, Coinbase would be the best one. Otherwise, I use Cash App myself. It works fine, but it just depends on how established you want to be with the type of wallet that you're using. But it doesn't really matter. You can transfer money between each. DeAndre said gold is dropping. Let me pull up gold again real quick. Oh wow, yeah, it's dropping. So sorry for you guys who took that buy. If you guys were in this webinar earlier this morning, you guys would have seen that I called that it was going to drop like this. I definitely see it dropping even further before it shoots up, but all these people are getting shaked out right now. Let's see, 81% of people long. I wouldn't be surprised if I refresh this and it's back to 80. It's still 81. So people there's still people long right now, but it's probably going to drop even lower and lower as this continues to drop further because it's just going to keep knocking people out of the trade. So I would be, I'd be careful with that. I wouldn't buy gold right now, even though all signs point to a long gold. All right, so sorry guys, I went off track for a really long time. So let me go back to the questions over here. Jacob wants me to take a look at Euro GBP. All right, so we got Euro GBP right here. I'm gonna go ahead and just analyze this from scratch again. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. Here we have a naked chart. I'm gonna turn on my K2SR indicator. And I'm gonna draw my zones really quick right here. So we got that zone right there. I'm gonna do this really quick, guys, because sorry if I kept you guys waiting. If you guys really want these pairs analyzed, I just go off track sometimes when we get into like some discussion with regard to something specific that I don't usually discuss. So let's see, we got this. Let's draw one big zone right here because it's kind of irrelevant for us to really worry about these zones when price is so far from it currently. All right, so I'm gonna take this off right here. And yeah, looking at EG over here, looks like price is currently rejected off this point, and then it's swinging back up from here. I'm going to turn on the K2 momentum indicator. So we do have a bullish momentum right here. I probably should have called this trade last night. Unfortunately, I didn't. This happened at, it was right when the market opened actually. So that's why I didn't call it. But if we did take this trade right here, it would have qualified as a K2SR entry and it would have hit full TP right there for 72 pips, right? Basically the way that we would have analyzed this is we would have analyzed this for price being within the structure. It broke the structure. We had a bullish momentum right here. So when that usually happens, price usually pushes to the next structure right here. Same situation right here. We have a sell bias. So when price broke the structure right here, generally what happens is it pushes to this next structure right here, which is exactly what happened. And it actually pushed even farther to this structure down here. But looking at EG over here, if you were to enter this trade, I wouldn't enter it until price closes above this structure. And then once that closes right there, we could anticipate price to push even further to this structure right here, where it could either come to here, where it can reject off this point, or it could come to here and reject off this point as well. But looking at this currently, price hasn't closed above it just yet. So until price closes above this structure, then I probably wouldn't enter this trade. However, let's see how far is it from there is about a 30 pip move. So you can probably catch some profit off this as it tests this structure. And then if it breaks above this structure right here, this is where it'd be a nice move up, because you can see here, basically when price breaks structure, it retests the further structure, or it tests the next structure that's above it. So I would take a long position right here and then pretty much just ride this to this next structure like it did in the past. And then just looking at previous data over here, I can show you exactly when it happened in the past. So like right here, it's the same situation. Price was within the structure, it broke above, had a buy signal. As soon as it closed above this structure, it ended up testing the next structure up here before coming back down. And then coming down the opposite direction, like right here, price was in this structure, it closed below here with a sell signal. So it had that sell bias. And then from that point, it tested structure. So just looking at how price has moved in the past, basically whenever price breaks structure, it continues in the direction of momentum. So like right here, price broke this structure, we had a buy signal, and then it tests the next structure right here. And then it just continues over and over again. So like right here with EG, price is currently trying to break this structure. It actually already broke it, but it hasn't closed above it. So until price closes above here, similar to what happened in, I mean, there's no example right here currently, but you can see right here when price broke the structure down here, it came down, right? So price broke the structure right here as it came down. So it came down, tested this buy signal, it broke the structure, and then it went up from there. So that's what I anticipate to continue happening right here. If price breaks and closes above this structure right here, if it closes above here, then I would anticipate it to test this one right here, right? And then if price closes above here, then I would anticipate it to push up even further to test this up here. So looking at EG over here, I mean, this is pretty much what I see happening for EG. I would wait for it to close above this structure, and then once it does close above it, then I would take a buy. However, if price rejects off this point, so this is scenario number one. Scenario number one is price breaks the structure and it continues higher, right? Scenario number two is price rejects off this point, and then we get a sell signal. So if that happens where price rejects off the point like it did right here, you can see price was trying to break the structure, but it didn't close above it. It rejected off it. Then it came right back down and we had a sell signal. If this happens again right here, then we would take a short position. So those are the two scenarios that can play out right here. Either price closes above here and then we take the buy, or price rejects off this point, we get a sell signal like we did right here, and then we take a sell and ride this to this structure down here. So those are the two scenarios right there. You know, main thing you have to look out for is if price closes above this point right here, which would be 0.90841, that would confirm a buy. However, if price rejects off this point and then closes with a sell signal, then we would confirm a sell entry from that point. However, we still have an hour and 14 minutes left on this candle, so it's still got some time to go. But if it does end up breaking the structure, then yeah, we would take that buy right there. So that's it for EG. I'm going to speed through this, guys, and I'm going to continue down the questions because we do have a couple more left. B Money wants me to take a look at US 30. So we actually looked at US 30 like a couple times today, but I'll look at it towards the end again, B Money, because we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have another 5 pairs. So by the time we get through those, we could probably go back to US 30 and have another analysis off that as well. So let me put B Money here for US 30. And then I'm going to keep going down the list as we continue further. So Aleph wants me to take a look at GJ. Actually, I'm just going to look at, and see, this is why we didn't take the US 30 right here, guys. It's doing exactly what I analyzed like a few minutes ago, right? I mentioned that if price establishes a low right here and it's followed by a bullish move upwards, and then we get a buy signal that closes above here, then odds are it's probably going to continue up even further and just shoot up, right? So that's probably what we're going to be looking at in the next couple minutes after we go through these other pairs. Otherwise we will keep going down the list. So we just looked at EG right here. I'm going to pull up GJ for Aleph. Let me pull up GJ right there. And then I'll reanalyze this from scratch. So let me go ahead and delete everything from here. Take this off the chart. There we go with the naked chart right there. Turn the K2SRs. And then I'm gonna draw these zones. So let me go ahead and draw these zones real quick. All right there. There. And you guys can see that if you guys have access to the K2 indicators, you guys will be able to draw or analyze, anything you want. Like, it doesn't matter if it's Forex, indices, gold, commodities, anything like that. You guys can analyze these zones super quickly if you guys have access to, the K2 indicators. Oh, and just one reminder, guys. So if you guys still want access to the trial, for access to the K2 indicators, the K2 strategies, and one-on-one mentorship with me, I just want to remind you guys that this is going to expire. So if you go on the website, k2trades.com, just scroll down to the bottom, and we have the trial right here. It's $50 for the first month, and this is going to be expiring at the end of the year. So it's the 28th right now. New Year's Eve is going to be on Thursday. So on Thursday, this is going to disappear. It's not going to be available anymore. So if you guys want access to the $50 trial, for access to all of the indicators, basically the momentum indicator, the K2SR, so you can draw your own zones on the chart, the K2 pivots to identify momentum and the trend for this specific time frame. And on top of that, the trend meter down here. If you want access to all this stuff for $50 for the first month, it's available, but this is going to disappear within the next 2 days. So if you guys don't sign up to this, you guys are just gonna have to pay full price. So if you guys want to, make sure you sign up within the next 2 days, because there's going to be no exceptions unless we've talked about your situation previously. This is basically going to disappear. This button is not going to be here anymore. So go ahead and sign up right away if you guys can. Otherwise, you guys are not going to have access to that trial, moving forward. So yeah, back to GJ over here. I'm going to go ahead and analyze from where it's going to move. So we have the zones drawn up from here. Looking at GJ, it looks like it's in a huge consolidation phase, or not consolidation, but a huge range. So it looks like price has basically just been ranging from this zone, or like from this zone up here to this zone, and it's just been bouncing back and forth, right? So looking at GJ right here, I'm going to go ahead and turn on my momentum indicator to identify the direction of momentum. Currently, we had a buy momentum right here. You can see when price broke the structure down here using the K2SR strategy. Basically, when price was below the structure and it closed above right here, this would have provided for a long entry. So if I zoom out from here, this would have been a long entry right there, and it would have hit full TP for 137 pips. Going back to our analysis over here, basically when price breaks structure and we have a bullish momentum right here, generally what happens is price tests the next structure and then possibly the next structure, so on from there. So currently over here, we still don't have a sell signal, but once we do get a sell signal, then we can anticipate this to test this structure, possibly break through the structure and continue down further, or it can reject off this point, right? So there's two scenarios right there that can play out. Either it can break the structure, and there's a sell signal that I just mentioned. So if this sell signal closes right here, then we can possibly take you guys can see that that sell signal is appearing and disappearing, right? So if this closes with that sell signal, then we can anticipate it to test this structure right here. And that would be about a move of 40 to maybe 70 pips, somewhere between there, either 40 pips or 70 pips down here. And then once it reaches this point, it can either break through and continue further to the next structure down here, which would be a total of, let's see, about 130 pips, between 100 and 130 pips. So it can either do that, or it can reject off this point, get another buy signal like we've done over here or over here. And then you can see that looking at the previous data over here, whenever price did that, where it came down, see how far it came down? It came down to this structure right here, just like I mentioned. So it can come down to here, and then price can either reject off this point, reject off this point, or reject off this point, right? There's a bunch of areas where it can reject off, but looking at where price currently is, and if this closes with a sell signal, then we'll have a sell bias. So I'll probably come back and revisit this in the next hour, because this candle closes in about an hour and 8 minutes. What's this button right here? Oh, I've never seen this. This is a new button, the stream button. But yeah, sorry, going back to GJ over here, once this closes with the sell signal, then we would have a sell bias. But currently right now, we still have a bullish bias until this closes. Because like I mentioned, price moves in swings, right? So price comes from this point, swings down, have a buy signal, swings up, sell signal, swings down, buy signal, swings up. And basically right here, we had a buy signal, it swung up. Now we have a sell signal, it's going to swing down, right? It'll swing down to this point. At this point right here, it can either have another buy signal where it rejects off this point, and then it'll just swing up in that direction. But until we get that, it'll probably push down to here, 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 or even down here. Because there's so much space in between from up here all the way down to here before, it can reject off that point. So yeah, looking at GJ right here, if the sell signal closes, then we'll have a sell bias. You can enter that sell position, and then you can write it down to the structure right here. And then once it reaches that point, we can analyze it even further. So let me pull up the chat real quick. Let's get these like scammers in here. Delete that. All right, cool. So yeah, looking at GJ right here. So hopefully that helps. Aleph, hopefully you're in a sell, or you're like looking at entering a sell, because if this closes, then I would anticipate it to drop even further. So I wouldn't want you to be in a buy if that's the case. I'm pretty sure you're in a sell if you are looking at this, just, by applying the strategies that I've taught you guys. So yeah, there goes GJ right there. We'll move on to the next one, UJ for Abdi Nazir. So we'll look at UJ next. He's in a buy for UJ. Hopefully it's not dropping too far. Yeah, so you're in a buy right here for UJ. I'll go ahead and analyze this from scratch as well. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. Open my K2SRs right here. Zoom out from this point, and then draw this from there. All right. Zones. Let me hide the momentum indicator right now. It's not needed. All right, cool. So I've drawn my zones right here for UJ. I'm going to hide the K2SR indicator. Yeah, so looking at this right here, it looks like it established a low right here. So established a low, pushed up to this point, went into some consolidation, and now it's pushing up even further. So the thing with UJ right here is I'm pretty sure we have a bullish bias. Let me turn on the momentum indicator real quick. Yeah, so looking at UJ right here, now obviously we do have a bullish bias right here, right? So from this point over here, this is actually, it's like repeating the same pattern that it played out right here. So you can see it rejected off the structure. Then we had a bullish buy signal right here, broke structure, and then it went all the way up and tested this like way up here, right? So same situation over here. You can see price is attempting to break this structure right here, similar to what happened over here. So until this breaks this structure right here, so I think, yeah, Abdi Nazir is in a buy. So right here, if this closes above this structure right here, then we can anticipate this to push it up further and test this structure. And it could probably even push up even further from there. So looking at this over here, let me see this right here real quick. Yeah, looking at this over here. So if it breaks this structure right here, it's probably going to continue up further. And then if it breaks this structure right here, it'll probably continue up even further from there. But looking at the other JPY pairs, this is, honestly, I don't think this is going to happen, because looking at fundamentals, like I mentioned with the US dollars being printed from the stimulus over here. So with this getting printed out, I mean, they mentioned earlier that they were going to be talking further about this. I think later today, Biden's going to speak about it. And then, yeah, so Biden will invoke. So there's a lot of stuff going on today. Biden's going to speak about the funding later today, and then on top of that, I think they're going to vote on increasing it from 600 to I think 1,000 or 2,000. So with that said, this is probably going to push up slightly, and then it is going to it'll probably, I think it'll drop from this point. So I don't even think it's going to break the structure. If it does break this structure, then it'll probably continue up a little further. But I think eventually it's going to come right back down. So this right here, this move happened like early November. This was when I think it was after elections. Elections was on the 3rd right here. So it dropped a little bit. And then from there, it swung right back up. So from that point over there, I definitely see this swinging up. Well, I mean, from here, I saw this swinging up, but from here, I don't think this is going to continue up too much, because with the US dollar becoming weaker after the printing for, this COVID funding, this is going to likely drop from this point, because like comparing this to gold, the JPY is also a safe haven currency. So with all of the uncertainty going on in the world and with the new COVID numbers that will be coming out shortly, due to the holidays, then we would probably see this drop even further from that point. So this will probably drop within the next, I don't know, next couple days or so. And just comparing this with the other JPY pairs. So let's see the correlating pairs like odd JPY. It's already starting to drop from this point, right? Looking at JPY right there, looking at K² JPY over here. This, it's just going sideways, but I think eventually it'll probably drop at some point. It might not come straight up, but it will likely continue dropping, because you can see right here, it has a bearish bias overall. So looking at JPY right here, it's rejecting off this point. It's going to come down. K² JPY right here, it has a bearish bias. CHF JPY, this is a different pair. It doesn't correlate with the other JPY pairs because they're both safe haven currencies. EJ over here looks like it might be coming down as well. So if it doesn't close above here, or if it does close above it, it'll probably push up a little further, reject off this point, and drop from there. So looking at that right there, this could probably happen right here, or it might even just drop directly from there, because we have about an hour left in this candle, and it doesn't necessarily need to close above it. It can probably close below it and then just continue dropping from that point right there. So looking at that right there, it looks like the JPY is going to be bearish. So just looking at all of these correlating pairs right here, even with GJ, look how strong this drop is right here, right? So if you correlate all the JPY pairs that are being bearish right here, bearish, this is just consolidating, but it's likely to drop. EJ right here, it looks like it's going to drop as well, to follow with GJ right here. And GJ has already started dropping. So looking at all these pairs right here, we'll also look at NJ right here. It's also rejecting off this point. It looks like it can drop from here down to this point over here. And same with UJ that we just analyzed right now as well. So just looking at all the JPY pairs, it doesn't look like this bullish move is going to hold. It looks like it's not going to close above it. If it doesn't close above it, we're probably going to have a rejection off it, followed by a sell signal below here. And then it's probably going to drop even further from that point. So UJ is actually, it's going to be risky to hold for a buy. Let me see this real quick. Yeah, because you're in a buy. So if you're currently in this position, I'd move your stop loss and profit, because I think eventually it's going to drop. So if you just slide your stop loss and profit, I don't know when you got in this trade. You said you're in a buy, so I'm assuming you probably got in at some point down here. If you got into this point over here, then this would probably be a safe place to put your stop loss below the structure, so that if it does swing down, it'll stop you out in profit. And then you can get out of this trade and then possibly enter a sell once it closes below this structure over here as it continues further. So that's basically what I see happening right there for UJ. I don't think it's necessarily going to really, push up any further, especially with all the news relating to the specific pair. It's specifically catered to like the US dollar because of the printing that's going to happen in a few days or so. It's going to highly affect this pair. Let me see. Varun is asking, do you think AJPY will drop to the next structure? Let's see. One True Flame said, whoever said US 30 would drop to that point was right. Let me look at it real quick. Yeah, so looking at US 30 right here, you know, like I mentioned, it's probably going to, I was saying it'll probably drop to like one of these structured points. Oh yeah, like right here. So I was saying this price point right here, right? I was saying it was probably gonna drop to the structure off this point and then possibly reject off it. And then if we have a buy signal that closes above here, then it'll probably shoot up even further. So this looks like it might reject off it. I mean, this zone can be a lot bigger. It doesn't necessarily have to be right here. It can be even lower. So let me go ahead and check out the K2SR zones. So yeah, this zone is actually really wide. So this zone is actually way down here. So it's currently within this zone right now. So it could actually drop even further to where it currently is, but I think it's going to have a bullish move overall. At this point, it might even reject off here. So if it does, it's already closed below here, but if it closes above it and then we get a buy signal that closes past, or just crosses, it doesn't have to close past it. But if it passes this point right here, then we can probably see it shoot up even further. But I mean, we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that because I haven't been looking at it. But yeah, this zone right here is actually a pretty big zone. So it could probably come down further, or it could swing up from here. But I think overall it's going to have a bullish move. You know, I don't think it's going to come down really that far. I think the last point it'll come down to would probably be down here. But I think it's probably going to reject either off this point or even off this point right here. We'll just see how that plays out. But, you know, like I said, we just have to give it some time. But I think overall at the end of the year, it's going to push up even further. Nice. Okay, so Abner's here said he's up 25 pips. Perfect. Yeah. So you can see right here that it's starting to reject off it, right? I would just move your stop loss and profit. You don't have to put it that close, like I mentioned. You can put it even lower if you want, but I would move it at least in profit so that if it ends up reversing on you, you should be fine. We have another question right here. So Vernon's asking, do you think AJPY will drop to the next structure? So looking at AJPY over here, currently we still have a bullish bias right now because we have a buy signal, but it doesn't look like it's going to break the structure, right? So the thing is, if it closes below here, and then we have a sell signal that, you know, appears like it did right here. If we have a sell signal that appears, it'll probably drop to this next structure down here. But like I was saying, you know, with the JPY pairs, they all look like they're going to be bearish, but we're just not really sure when that's going to actually like that drop's actually going to happen. Because like right here, this is super bearish. JPY is starting to seem a bit bearish, but you can see this wick below it. This is a pretty big wick. Let's see. It's a wick for about 13 pips. Not a huge wick, but it's still a heavy wick compared to the other wicks here in the past. So this just indicates that there's a struggle right here between price, whether price is going to go up or price is going to go down. But I think overall it's going to come down eventually. So looking at AJPY right here, I wouldn't say necessarily, Varun, it's going to come down like automatically. The reason why we think UJ is going to drop is because the US dollar is being affected with the new COVID relief that's going to be released within the next couple of days. So the US dollar is going to get weak and the JPY is going to get strong. It doesn't necessarily mean that the Australian dollar is going to be weak as well, because it doesn't necessarily directly correlate with with UJ. So this could actually swing up. There's no guarantee it's going down. If say price swings from this point and closes above here, then it could probably push for a bullish move this way. However, if we get a sell signal, which we don't have yet, if we do get a sell signal, then it can probably push down further, either to this point or even down to this point. So that's something to look out for. But like I mentioned, I wouldn't analyze this for a sell until we get a sell signal. We still have a bullish signal right here. We have a bullish bias. But until we get a sell signal, then we're probably not going to look at it from that perspective. At least not until we have that confirmation that we actually have a sell signal here. So I wouldn't analyze that to like wait for it to drop to here. I would wait for it to get a sell signal, then I would wait for it to drop to there. But until that happens, we're still looking at a bullish bias right here until we get that signal indicating that price is going to be coming down. So that's it for that one right there. Let me go ahead and take a look at next pair right here. And one second, guys, let me grab my jacket. It's getting cold. It's freezing here, guys. It never rains in California, so it's like, to me, this is cold. Might not be cold to David over there because it's snowing where he's at, but over here it's cold for me. All right, cool. So let me keep going down over here. So we've looked at UJ. So hopefully that helps with you, Abnazir. I'm going to go look at USD SGD now for Zephyr. All right, cool. We have another question from Eric. He's asking about GCAD. I haven't looked at that yet, so I'll take a look at that. So Eric, we got GBP CAD right there. And Peter said, can't wait for US 30 to go back to normal after the holidays. I agree. You know, I'm waiting for it to move smoothly again so we can start trading it like we did previously. But like I mentioned right now, you know, the market's just going to be slow right now. It's probably not going to move much. So, you know, taking these trades are actually pretty risky at this point. Let me see this entry, how far it would have gotten profit. So if you did take the entry from today, you'd only be in profit like slightly, guys. You're not even profit that much, about 300, 400 pips. So if you were to take the original strategy, this is what it would look like right here. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to hit or that it will hit, but you know, just looking at this at this point, market's just too risky to take this trade. So I didn't take it because I did see it being a bullish move. So it might come down to this point, and then it might even reverse from this point. But we'll see. We'll just see how that. Because the thing is, if we were to take this to TP1, which would be somewhere around here, that's viable, right? Because the zone is down here. Price could come down to this point, probably hit the TP, then swing up. Or it can come down to this point, hit the structure, then swing up from there as well. But this is just too risky for us to take, and I wouldn't want to take this trade like near the end of the year for that specific reason, because it can reverse at any point, and it usually closes bullish. So that's why I wouldn't want to take the sell here, even though you would have made some profit off this trade. But okay, so let me keep going down the list over here. I think that's it for that one. I'm going to look at USD SGD for Zephyr real quick. USD SGD. All right, cool. So it's the US dollar versus the Singapore dollar. I'm not sure if any of you guys trade this. This is something that I used to trade before when I used to trade exotics. I'm going to go ahead and hide that, delete everything off the chart, turn on the K2SRs. And there we go. I'm going to go ahead and draw my zones on the chart real quick. All right. So I'm just going to make my zones a little bigger because it's price is way down here. So these zones up here are pretty relevant right now until price swings back up here. But until then, super relevant. Man, it's funny how like the Singapore dollar is like actually super strong right now. It's because of the stimulus, right? So stimulus is happening, price is doing the opposite of what it's supposed to do, and it's probably going to swing back down from that point. So looking at this pair right here, I'm going to go ahead and hide the K2SRs. Looking at this right here, the drop started happening from like way up here. So this drop started happening back in March, right? When COVID happened. So COVID happened, price just tanked way down here. So looking at price currently right now, we had a rejection off this point. I'm going to turn on the K2 momentum indicator. And yeah, analyzing it from here, you guys can see that these things moved very, very smoothly. So you can see price rejected off this point, followed by a buy signal. And then what happened, it tested the structure up here, right? And then from that point, price rejected off this point. We had a sell signal, and then it pushed down to here as well. So it looks like it's having like a minor retracement off this point or pullback on here. Let me see this real quick. Sorry guys, I think we have another scammer in the group. Brianna Curtin, definitely was a scammer picture right here. I don't understand, why do we have all these people joining the group? Delete that. All right, cool. So sorry guys, back to USD SGD over here. Looking at this point, we do have a buy signal right here. However, just analyzing this from a perspective of the news, basically any pair that's paired with the US dollar is going to be, it seems to be manipulated right now temporarily up until, up until we reach the agreement. Because the thing is, Biden's going to speak later today at 3 p.m., which is in about 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. In about 6 or 7 hours, he's going to speak. And then from there, they're going to vote on stimulus, whether they're going to increase it or they're going to keep it where it's at. So at that point, I think this is going to push up slightly. And I think about later today, this is probably going to spike right back down, because there's no way the US dollar can get strong when they're printing US dollars for the stimulus. So I think this right here is a temporary push up right here. So I don't think this is going to go very high. It's probably going to go up to, let me see any structures that I can see here. So there's structure number one. And this is probably what I see happening here. Probably right here, price will probably come up, test the structure, and then reject off this point, right? So I'll probably reject, test this structure right here or test even higher. It'll reject up here or reject down here. So it really depends on, where price currently goes. But this isn't a real structure. I just drew this off the top of my head. This structure will probably appear at some point. But looking at the structures on the 4-hour right here, I think this is a temporary push up. I don't think it's going to push up all the way here. I think once the stimulus talk progresses later today, I think it'll end up coming back down. Looking at the IG sentiment over here as well. Let me check. IG sentiment, USD, SGD. Let's see. That's right here. So yeah, there's a lot of people long right now. 75% of people are long for USD, SGD. So I think this is a temporary move. I think what they're doing is they're just luring people in for a long position. So they're going to keep pushing it up because there's so many people long right now. They're just going to have the hype grow, right? They're going to have push up a little further, push up a little further. And then once it reaches a certain point, it's just going to dump. And then all these people that are long right here, 75% of people that are long, they're going to get stopped out, right? So I wouldn't trade where everyone else is trading. I would do, complete opposite. But I would only do the opposite if it falls within your strategy. If your strategy indicates a sell, then I would take the sell. If your strategy indicates a buy, then I would be careful, because what's probably going to happen here is you can see that this move never finished, right? This move was supposed to come down to test this structure down here, but it retraced back a little bit like it did right here, right? So price, if you look at this right here, price tested structure followed by a sell signal, but it kind of went sideways for a bit before coming down to test this structure right here. So that's what happened right here. Price rejected off this point. We had a buy signal. And then from that point, it tested the structure right here, right? This pattern is just repeating itself. This pattern rejected off, rejection right here, sell signal, sell signal. It's supposed to come down and test this structure down here. However, we have some retracement right here. This is completely normal. You can see right here, the same thing happened. Price had a sell signal right here. It's supposed to continue down, but it retraced up a little bit before crashing all the way down, right? So that's kind of what I see happening right here. I see this like slight retracement right here. And then it's probably going to continue down further. There's just a lot of factors that go into this. Like one factor is the US dollar with regard to the COVID stimulus bill. On top of that, the US dollar has been weak for the longest time. It's not going to get any stronger anytime soon. And looking at this little retracement right here, let's see how far it retraced. So we had a sell signal right here. Then it retraced from this point about 50 pips, right? Same situation again right here. Price came down, retraced from this point, maybe 50 pips, just like I mentioned earlier, right? So I drew a zone right here. You can see price retraced from this point about 50 pips, which would be the exact, it's funny because it lines up perfectly, right? 50 pips right here. And then once it reaches this point, it's probably going to reject off it and come crashing right back down. So that's something to look at if you're still looking at this pair, Zephyr. But I definitely do think that it has a bearish bias. Although we do have a buy signal right here, it hasn't broken the structure. So if it breaks the structure right here, then you can possibly take a buy. However, just looking at the news and the new stimulus that's coming out, I think it would be a sell. So even if it broke the structure, I would just ignore it. I'd wait for it, because what could happen here is price will break the structure. Then as soon as that closes, it's going to come right below, and then you're going to get a sell signal. And then once you get that sell signal, it's going to go down to here. So I personally wouldn't take a buy for this, just because of how the market's moving. But if you want to, I mean, if it breaks the structure and it closes above it, you can take it. But I personally think it's going to overall come down. It might not come down tomorrow. It might not come down, in 2 or 3 days. But I think it's eventually going to come down, especially when they start printing money for the stimulus. So that's pretty much it for USD SGD right there. Let's move on to the next one. We have GU. So let me pull up GU real quick. GU is right here. And I'm going to go ahead and delete everything off the chart. There's our naked chart right there. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out, turn on my K2SRs, and draw my zones. So we got this zone right there. This zone right there. And lastly, this zone down here. All right, cool. So we have all the zones drawn out right there. I'm going to hide this, zoom out from this point. It looks like price has been pushing up since September. So from September down here, it's just been establishing higher highs, right? So basically from this point, just looking at it here, it shot up from this point, and then it just went into like a heavy range. So it ranged from this point, shot up from this point, pretty much a heavy range from this point. It was basically ranging from this point up to here, and it's just been ranging up and down. So looking at GU right here, let me just zoom into where price currently is. Looks like it rejected off this point for a double top, rejection right here, rejection right here. It was probably followed by a sell signal, which is on the current candle. So looking at this right here, I think this is all like, it's funny, guys. I think this is actually, I don't know, is there stuff going on with Brexit today? Let me check the news real quick, because that might be affecting it. But it looks like all the USD pairs are being manipulated right now currently. Because like right here, we have gold, which is dropping. So it's just funny looking at it, because gold's dropping. It shouldn't be dropping because the US dollar is weak right now, especially with the new stimulus. This should be weak. But man, looking at gold right here, if you guys go back to my analysis, like probably 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago this morning, it's playing out exactly how I mentioned. I said it was going to come down, test the structure, and it was going to stop everyone out before shooting up, right? And that's exactly what's happening right here. Same situation with GU over here. It's doing the same thing. The US dollar is not strong right now. But I mean, this is a different pair though. So looking at GU right here, there's a lot of different factors that go into this, because the UK is in lockdown, due to the new COVID strain. So they're in lockdown, so they're supposed to be weak, but the US dollar is not really that much stronger than it. So it shouldn't really be pushing down this hard. So looking at GU right here, this has dropped about 100 pips already in this previous candle. So if price closes below the structure, then technically it would provide for a short position. However, like I mentioned, like later today, Biden's going to be speaking about the new stimulus, the new coronavirus strain, all that stuff. So he's going to be talking about like 6 hours from now. And when that happens, and they're also going to vote on the new stimulus. If that happens and that gets passed, then this is probably going to reverse from this point. So I would stay away from all the USD pairs right now, because there's going to be a lot of stuff later that's going to affect it. And I personally wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of the market, because right here it's coming down, but I see a rejection coming at some point. So like I mentioned, it's probably going to reject off this point. However, if it is closed below here, it's going to provide for, a valid sell entry. But with the news happening, I feel like this could come down to here, and then it could immediately like spike up at some point, right? So me personally, I would be careful with this pair, even though you get a sell entry here, because I think it's going to possibly swing up. Let me go ahead and check UK real quick. UK COVID. Let me see if there's any updates with regard to COVID in the UK, because if there is, then that's probably what's causing this drop. Yeah, so looking at the UK right here, so I just call it UK lockdown. Yeah, so there's still, I guess, like there's more of a lockdown going on in the UK right now. So I'm not familiar with it because I haven't really been following the news at all. But it looks like if things are getting worse, yeah, it looks like it's getting worse in the UK. If things are getting worse, that's probably what's causing this drop right here. Yeah, so if that's the case, where the COVID is just getting worse in the UK and they're just having to lock down more things, that's probably what's causing this drop right here. So if that's the case, then if it closes below here, then you can take that sell position. But I would make sure to move your stop loss and profit as it moves down further, because like I mentioned, when the US has their press conference later with Biden, and with regard to the vote on the new stimulus plan, then this could easily spike up at any point, at that point or at that point there. So if this closed below here, it'd be a valid sell entry. But like I mentioned, I would keep track of the trade. I wouldn't just set it and forget it. I would watch it and make sure that you identify, when price is going to reverse on you or swing up, because there's going to be a lot of news coming up at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in about 7 hours. So careful with that. But there's no entry right now for GU. If it closes below here, then yeah, you could take that sell entry, but make sure to move your stop loss and profit when you can. Or it can reject off this point as well, and then provide a buy signal. And then if that happens, it's probably going to go and test this structure above here. So that's pretty much what I see happening right there for GU. Otherwise, that's pretty much it for now. Until it breaks structure, then we won't have an entry for sell right here. However, if it rejects off here, we won't have a buy until it closes above the structure as well, and we have a buy signal. So that's pretty much it for GU. Let me go ahead and move on to the next one. So hopefully that helps, Zephyr. Sorry I don't really have like a concrete analysis for GU right now. There's just a lot of factors that are coming into play with regard to the US dollar, and also with the UK with regard to their the new coronavirus strain that's pretty much taken hold of pretty much everything that's going on in the UK right now as you guys go back into lockdown. Yeah, so let me go on to the next one right here. David wants me to take a look at Apple stock. So if we go to Apple stock real quick, looking at Apple right here, I'm going to hide this for all these structures. So drawing these structures with stocks are like a lot different, because it doesn't have a consistent data feed. So the stock market is only open during like certain times. So the problem with this is that, let me go in the shorter time frame. It's kind of hard to find zones off these specific ones. Oh, this is a little better. So I'll go on the 1 hour right here. So looking at these right here, I was actually thinking about buying and holding stocks from these dips. So whatever price drops below to these little zones right here, maybe take a buy and then just hang on to it. Because the K²SR indicator definitely helps with identifying these dip areas. They're not easily identifiable. I mean, I guess they can be if you really like look for when price dips, but obviously using the K2SR indicator helps a whole lot. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and hide that indicator, turn the momentum indicator. So we have a bullish momentum right here. It looks like basically, if you ever catch like a rejection followed by a bullish signal, it usually pushes up. So like looking at this right here, price did reject off this point. We had a buy signal, then it pushed up. Same situation right here. We had a rejection off this point, buy signal, and then it pushes up further. So just looking at Apple right here, David, you know, Apple's a little different because with these stocks, these are all news driven. So if they drop a new iPhone or they have a new update, you know, odds are it's probably going to shoot up further, right? You know, if iPhones have some recall or if phones catch on fire, it's going to drop from that point as well. So looking at Apple from a technical analysis, though, it looks like is this an all-time high? Looks like it. Oh no, it's getting there. All right, cool. So the all-time high is going to be up here. It's still got some ways to go. I guess it's not that high. It looks a lot higher on the higher time frame, but in reality, it's only off by $1.50, which is not that much. It's barely anything. So I do see Apple being a little bit bullish from here, David. Okay, so David said my option is in the money. Wonder if it can break that previous high. Yeah, you're looking at this one right here, right? 137.94. It's kind of tricky, you know. I don't know if there's any news for Apple right now. I know they were just released that like news about that Apple car, whatever that is, the Apple car for the next 2 years, like that concept car that they built. But let's just see if there's any data here. So it looks like yeah, it looks like they've been under predicting, like, you know, they've estimated the earnings to be lower, but then it's been higher. Let's see, the next earnings is going to be in February. So you've got a lot of time until the next earnings, but looking at it here, it's probably going to be higher than that. So I think, I mean, eventually, when does it expire, David? Your option, because it looks like, you know, by the time the next earnings happen, like on February 2nd, it'll be above 139 for sure, because they've always been above their estimate. So the estimate back in Q1 was 1.14, right? It was actually up to 125. Looking at over here, like every time they had new earnings, it was always higher. So right here, the estimate's going to be 1.39. I probably see it pushing up even further as well. But like I mentioned, you know, depending on when your analysis or like when your option expires, if it expires within the next week, it's probably not going to reach that point. But if your option expires maybe like in not 2 weeks, maybe like 2 months, because February 2nd is the next earnings, it's probably going to like go sideways for a bit or like slightly get to this point, but it probably won't really break it until actually it could break it, because the estimated earnings is right here. Let me move this over here. Yeah, the estimated earnings is going to be somewhere around here. So depending on when your option expires, oh dang, yeah, 31st. That's I don't know. It might, honestly, it might not. I don't know if have they released the Christmas sales already? Because I know they're going to release the data for that maybe within the next. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I could see it pushing up, but I don't know if it's going to push up past it by the 31st. That's on Thursday, right? 1, 2, 3. I mean, technically it could. You know, there's a lot of stuff that can happen in the news that can push price up like that, especially for a stock. For Apple, they sometimes they'll say like outlandish things that will push price up, obviously. So if yours is on 31st, that's actually really close. Let's see, 31st to get more than $2. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible, David. It's just risky. That's just, you know, my take on it. You know how I trade. I don't like to take risky stuff, but it is possible, because you can see right here, Well, okay, so here's worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is it reaches the structure and then rejects off it, right? That's worst case scenario. That could happen. Best case scenario is it breaks right through it and then just keeps going. So, you know, two scenarios that can play out right there for Apple. But looking at the previous times where it reaches structure, it usually rejects off it. So look at the time right here where it pushed up, tested this structure right here, rejected right off, and it didn't break it for like another, let's see. So rejection off that point. So this is the same situation right here, right? From the 15th up until, it took about 7 days. So that's going to be well past your 31st if your expiration is December 31st. But if it's January 15th, then you have a lot of time. You could probably make it to that point. But just looking at previous data over here, you know, this is usually how I do it. I'll look at previous data. I'll see what happens when it reaches like key structures. Right here, it reached key structure. It came down super heavy. Right here, it's going to reach key structure again. It might come down heavy, but who knows? It might break right through it. Okay, no, you're good then, yeah, because you're already in the money, so you're not worried. So you're pretty much chilling. But obviously, if it breaks above it, it'll be pretty nice. So I think you should be good for the most part. You know, as long as you're in the money as like way above and not like anywhere above here. If you can withstand a pullback to like 123.30 possibly, I think you should be good. I think you should be good at that point because like 2 weeks is a long time up until January 15th. So yeah, I think you should be fine. But I definitely see it breaking at some point, especially during earnings. Once earnings is released in February, which is right here. How many days from now until then? So now until earnings is going to be 36 days. You have a lot of time. But I think by then it's going to shoot up pretty heavy. So if you want to get some like 2-month contracts, you can probably cash a nice move from there. Like you could probably have a out the money contract right here at 137.94, and then it'll probably get past that by earnings season over here. Because I'm sure earnings are going to be higher, obviously during the holidays. All the earnings from November up here all the way up to February, it's going to be super high because people are buying the new iPhone, and then they release the new data with the new concept car. So it's gonna bump it up as well. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, definitely you look good for the most part. Okay, so let me move on to the next one over here. True Flame said, well, US30 said that TP1 looking nice. So let me check this out real quick. Yeah, looking at this right here. So if we were to enter this position right here, TP1 would have been, it looks like it's getting close. It's not there yet. But yeah, TP1 is like somewhere around here. It might even hit TP1, like break below that structure and then shoot from that point up. So we'll see how that plays out. I just see this as a temporary push downwards. And that's why I don't want to take the trade, but it is a risky trade from that point. Nice, David. Catch you later, man. If you're gonna leave work and hop onto your personal one. So let's see if there's anything else here. There's a couple more questions at this point. So I've looked at GU, I've looked at Apple, NZD CAD for Tanmay. So let me pull up NZD CAD real quick. This is something that I was looking at yesterday. I actually wanted to take it. I'll go ahead and redraw the zones right here. Zoom out from this point, turn on the K2SRs. Place this right over here. This right over, I'm just gonna pick one big zone right there. This right over here. I'm just gonna create one big zone right here as well. So once we've drawn that, turn off the K2SR indicator, zoom into that specific area. And it looks like, so it started pushing up from right here actually. So this is where the low started. Looks like it basically happened was it pushed up, went sideways, retracement, pushed right back up, consolidation, push it up from this point. All right, cool. So now I see it. This is one way you guys can do it too. If you guys zoom out and you just create a storyline for how price is moving, looking at NZD CAD right here, it looks like it started to, it swung up from this point, retraced back down, and then had trouble breaking the structure right here. So from this point, it started to shoot up. I think it has a bullish bias right here. Let me turn on the momentum indicator. We do have a sell signal right there, but it looks like it's rejecting off this point. So if this closes below this point right here, then I would take a sell, or I mean, it would be we're obviously in a bearish bias right now, obviously, right? Because the most recent signal was a sell signal. So I would see this coming down from this point, possibly testing this structure over here. However, if it rejects off this point where price currently is, this could easily swing right back up. So just looking at this right here for NZD CAD, looks like it came up, rejected off this point, sell signal. And then over here, this could probably, I mean, there's two scenarios right now, right? It's stuck within the structure right here. We have a bearish bias because the most recent signal was a sell signal. So we technically be looking for a sell here. But if it does reject off this point and we get a buy signal and it closes above here, then we could take a long position. So that's one scenario. One scenario is it rejects off this point, we get a buy signal and closes above here, we could take a buy. However, if this doesn't happen and it closes below this structure right here, so say it comes down further, it closes below here, then it would be a sell entry right there, right? But until that happens, so we would have to wait for price to close below this structure right here, or wait for it to swing up and close above here with a buy signal. So there's two scenarios right there. One thing we can do to confirm the direction of the NZD is we can look at the other NZD pairs. So right here, we kind of are looking at it from a bullish perspective, but we can go down to NZD CHF. Looks like it's pulling back right here as well. However, it has an overall bullish bias. Looking at NGA right here, bullish bias as well. NZD USD, it looks like all of the NZD pairs are actually coming down right now. So it looks like they're all having some sort of retracement, because obviously, you know, looking at this right here, it has a bullish bias, right? It's heading up. Same with NZD CHF, bullish bias as well, right? It's just having a retracement right now. They're all pulling back slightly. Even NZD JPY right here, bullish bias, right? NZD USD, bullish bias. So just looking at this from a perspective of looking at the correlating pairs, they all have a bullish bias, but they're all pulling back temporarily. So like right here, it's pulling back temporarily, rejecting off this point. If it ends up rejecting off that point, provides a buy signal and closes above here, then odds are it's probably going to continue up further, right? But looking at NZD CAD right now, it's just pulling back right now as it is for all of the other NZD pairs. So I personally would hold off on this right now, because obviously there's, you know, there's inconsistency across the board. All of them are bullish overall, but they're all pulling back right now. So all of them are going through some sort of pullback. And that's why I would hang tight off NZD CAD right now. I'd wait for price to either close below here, which I don't see happening, or I'd wait for it to reject off this point, provide a buy signal, and then take this buy up here. But like I mentioned, you just have to be patient with this, especially with NZD CAD, because it's a slow moving pair and there's not really much to look at right now for this specifically. So just looking at this right now, I personally wouldn't take this trade, but I would wait for it. I would wait for it to close below here, which would be 0.90967, or I'd wait for a buy signal and for it to close above here, which is 0.91631, to take a buy entry from that point. But right now it's just going to go sideways, it seems like, up until it breaks above or breaks below. So I would just be really careful with this right now. Last thing I want to do is get caught in this trade, and then it ends up going opposite of what you decided to enter. So just be patient with it. Don't jump into it right away. And then from there, you can see where the entry happens. All right, cool. So that's NZD CAD right there. Tanner wants me to take a look at CHF JPY. So I'll take a look at that shortly. Next, we have B Money with US 30, and then we have Eric with GBP CAD, and then lastly, another one from 10 May for CHF JPY. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at those shortly. It's about 9:41. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to scan through all the Forex pairs, see if there's any entries for the next 4-hour candle close. And then we can continue to move forward with these questions. So let me go ahead and take a look at AuDCAD first. Looking at AuDCAD right here, we have a bearish bias right here, but price hasn't closed below this structure. So I would wait for price to close below the structure before we can take a sell entry. Until then, there's no entry. Looking at odd CHF right here, we have a bullish bias. Price broke structure right here and it pushed up temporarily, and then it pulled back. So right here, this looks like it could possibly be a nice little sell, but there's no sell signal. So until we get a sell signal, we won't be taking any sells. However, if this swings up from this point and closes above the structure, then we would take a buy. We would take a buy entry for here. Looking at all the AUD pairs, actually, they're all bearish, right? And you can tell because right here on the right hand side, they're all red. So looking at all these right here, they're all having some sort of retracement, right? So price came up, retraced from that point. Odd CHF price came up, retraced from this point as well. Same with odd JPY, price came up, came down from here. Same with odd NZD, price came up, and then it swung back. So just looking at all of these AUD pairs, they're all having a temporary pullback right now. What will happen next is it's probably going to have a correction back upwards from this point. So same with AuDCAD over here, I'm probably going to anticipate this to shoot up to here. And then if it closes above here with a buy signal, we can take a long position from right there. Same situation with odd CHF right here. It looks like a slight pullback. Reason why we wouldn't take this sell positions because we don't have a sell signal. Until we get a sell signal, we're only going to be looking for buy. So like for here, I anticipate this to swing back up right here. And then as that happens, I would take a long position right there. But currently, there's just no entry for that. Same with OJPY right here. It was like I was analyzing earlier. It has this little doji right here, right? So generally, the way that this works is it'll probably, if this closes with a bullish doji, it'll probably swing up. And then if it closes above here, it'll provide for a long position right there. So that's basically what I see happening over here. For odd JPY as well, and just pretty much with all of the AUD pairs. I think this is just a temporary pullback right now for all of the AUD pairs, but I think overall it's going to have a bullish move, especially right here for odd USD. With the stimulus coming out, US dollar is going to be weak, but obviously it looks like the US dollar is just being manipulated right now, getting pushed down before it charges up for that spike upwards, right? So there's no entries available for the AUD right now. Let's move on to the next one, CAD CHF. Right here, we have a bullish bias, price broke structure right here, but this was on market. Oh, this was on Christmas Eve. So that's why we didn't take this entry here. Same situation over here. We wait for a sell signal. We currently have a buy. So that's why we wouldn't take this trade right here. But if this was a sell signal, then we can take this and ride it to the next structure right here. And then if price breaks this structure down here and closes below here, then we can take another sell position right there to full TP, right? So that's basically what I see happening right here for CAD CHF. But until we get that sell signal, we're not going to look for any sells. We would have to wait for this to close below here and provide a sell signal in order for us to catch that momentum swing downwards. Otherwise, until then, this can easily come down, test the structure, and swing right back up. Since we have a bullish bias right here, because this can just be a slight pullback, right? Until we get better confirmation, there's no entry for CAD CHF. We'll move on to the next one, CAD JPY right here. We have a bullish signal right here, but price is currently consolidating sideways. So now it's just going sideways at this point. In order for us to take a buy entry, we would have to wait for price to close above the structure right here. Once it closes above that structure, we take a long position and then pretty much just ride that up until the next structure over there. From this point all the way up until this point right here. So that's pretty much what I see happening from here. Otherwise, if we get a sell signal, then we would probably want it to close below here. But just looking at this right here, there's no entry for CAD JPY, so I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to wait for an entry to appear. Just keep in mind that it is New Year's week, so volatility is going to be low. If it picks up, it picks up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But we'll wait and see how this ends up playing out with time. So that's it for CAD-JPY right there. CHF-JPY over here, we have a sell signal. So our bias is a sell. However, if price closes above here, we have a buy signal, then we can probably anticipate this to shoot up from that point. However, looking at CHF-JPY, these are both safe haven currencies. So the problem with that is that they generally conflict with each other, right? Depending on which safe haven currency is stronger, that's how you'll determine the direction. But you can see right here that it did have some sort of bearish movement, but it was very, very slow. So you can see right here, price will break into a structure and it'll go sideways for a bit, right? Same with right here. It came down, sideways for a bit, came up, sideways, came down, sideways. So nothing changes with where price currently is right here. It's currently within these two zones, right? So it's probably going to go sideways right here until it either breaks above it with a buy signal, or if it comes back down and closes below here for a sell signal. And then we'd enter a sell, and this would probably go down to this structure right here. So there's two scenarios that can play out, but like I mentioned, there's just no entry available right now because it's just going sideways. We do have a sell signal, so what we'd be looking for is sells only. We'd be looking for this to close below this structure right here. But since price is pushing up, if we get a buy signal, then we could possibly take this buy entry in this direction. But looking at CHF JPY right now, there's just no entry available currently. Looking at EA over here, this is one that I wanted to take last night, I think. Yeah, so I was going to take this last night, actually. I probably should have because it would have hit full TP right there. TP would have been right here at the next structure for about 30 pips. So I was going to call this last night, but like I mentioned, it's a bank holiday for, I think, UK. So that's why volatility is super low. But if we did take it, it would have hit full TP. Unfortunately, I didn't. What I'd be looking for here is I would be waiting for price to break this structure so that I can take a long position right here and pretty much ride this to full TP at the next structure for about 100 pips, right? So I'd probably catch that right there, ride this up to this point, and then get out before it reaches the structure. Because when it reaches the structure, it can either reject off this point or continue up higher. But you don't want to get caught in that, predicament if it ends up reversing on you. So looking at EA right here, no entry. We'd have to wait for price to break this structure right here in order for us to enter this trade. So I'm going to go ahead and unmark that. Looking at Euro CAD right here, this might be a nice entry. So I'm going to mark this right here. If this closes above this structure, then I would take this buy entry right here. Let me go ahead and see if there's a higher. Okay, there we go. So this is actually be a really nice entry right here if this ends up closing. So looking at Euro CAD right here, this actually would be a pretty nice entry. So I'll be watching this. We have about 10 minutes left on this candle. If it closes above this point, I'll enter a buy position and then ride this to the next structure right here for about 60 pips. Yeah, or I'll probably go a little less, maybe 55, because it is like I mentioned, it is a slow week right now. So we don't want to overstep our positions right here. This might be a really close one. We have to wait to see if it closes above that structure. So looking at this right here. Oh, there we go with that buy signal on US 30, guys. What did I say? Told you guys it was going to reject off this point. So rejected off this point, we get that buy signal. It's probably going to shoot up from there. So it's probably a good thing I didn't call this trade because we would have missed TP1 right here, right? So we'll see how this plays out, but this is exactly why I didn't call this sell signal right here. Even though it would have made it into some profit, it wouldn't have reached TP1. So this is our main contender right here for our Forex trade, our Euro CAD. Let me zoom through these other pairs real quick to make sure we don't miss anything before the candle closes in about 9 minutes. So looking at this right here, let me, sorry guys, I'm kind of tired today. I should have made some coffee. I think it's this cold weather. I'm not used to this rain. So it's just, it's getting me lazy. So right here, we will have to wait for this to close above the structure. Once it closes above the structure, we can take a buy position and ride this up. Let me see if there's any upper zones real quick before we continue. So to make sure I'm not missing anything before we move on to the next. Let's see. All right, yeah, so this next structure is actually right over here. So it's actually too risky of a trade. I wouldn't take this trade. Go back to the 4-hour. Yeah, I'd have to break this structure up here in order for me to take that trade, but I do not like, I just don't like how it looks. I'm not going to take this trade, even if it was to close. Euro CAD. See, this is tricky right here. It's going to try to go in between this area, but it would have to close above for us to take that entry. Looking at EG over here, same situation. We'd want this to close above this structure right here. Once that happens, we can take a long position from there and then ride this up higher. So I'll just keep that marked right there in case I want to take it. Okay, this looks like this could possibly be a decent entry. No, it's not wide enough. It's only about 25 pips. So the problem with taking these trades right here is that these are like, it's not big enough movements for me to want to take this risk, right? Because the risk is just too, actually, there's no trade there because it's right at the structure. So looking at this right here, I'm going to go ahead and take that off. And yeah, looking at EJ right here, it's actually at resistance. So I wouldn't take that trade, even if it was to break the structure. Price would have to close above here. So once it closes above here, then we can take the long position. However, until that happens, it's not necessarily going to be a good entry from this point. So we're going to skip that. EN over here. Nothing there. There's too many structures above here. Your USD. That's what I analyzed earlier today. Looking at this, it's just going sideways for the most part. It is coming down, but I think it's eventually going to swing up. However, we won't have a buy entry until it closes above the structure over here. So that's pretty much what we'd be waiting for on that one for Euro USD. Nothing on there. GA over here. No. See, for this, I probably would have entered at this point right here at the low of this candle. It would have filled right here. And then, so I personally think GA is going to come down from this point, but I'm not going to enter this trade at random because the thing is, I don't want to enter a trade right here. And then it ends up swinging back on me, right? Because it's already in profit. If I was to enter this trade right here, it's already in profit about 50 pips. So it's just too risky for me to want to enter this trade because this could easily swing back on me. And that's not something I want to be caught up in. But I do think it's going to come down to this point. It's just I missed the entry already. I'm not going to enter at a 50 pip loss because I'm going to be entering way too late. Looking at GCAD over here, it's also bearish. Looks like all the GBP pairs are bearish right now. But no entry right here as well. So like same with GCAD, it'd have to close below the structure. If it closes below here, then I'll take the sell. Same with GBP CHF. It would have to close below the structure in order for me to take this sell right here. Looking at GJ as well. We don't have a sell signal. If it closes with a sell signal, then it's something that I would possibly take, but it doesn't look like something I would take right now. Looking at GN, nothing there. Price would have to break past the structure and close below it for me to take that entry. Same with GE over here. I would not take this trade either until it closes below here. It'd have to close below the structure. So maybe off the next candle close, but right now it's just market volatility is just not there to really push price that far below. So looking at G right there, nothing there. NZD CAD, yeah, nothing at this point. I was analyzing this earlier, right? So like looking at NZD CAD, I would have wanted this rejection to happen off this point, close above the structure and provide a buy signal. If that happens, then I would take a long position from right there. NZD CHF, looking at this right here, we have a bullish bias from this previous buy signal right here. Looks like price is rejecting off this structure right here. So if price rejects off this structure, swings up, closes above here, then we can take a long position right there, right? So that looks good if it ends up playing out. But, you know, like I mentioned, we just have to be patient right now, guys. We can't be entering trades, especially when there's no sort of confirmation. So for this right here, NZD-JPY, we did have a sell signal. However, it didn't break any structure. So there's going to be no entry for that right now. What I kind of would want to see here is price maybe break into this structure up here, then close below here for a sell. and then we could possibly enter a sell at that point. And then ride this as it continues down to this right here. So nothing for this right here. Yeah, I know. True Flame is talking about US 30 right now. So it was like I was talking about earlier, guys. I was thinking that it could probably hit TP1 before it swings up, but we don't really know how it's going to play out right now. So looking back at US 30, yeah, it looks like it's going to hit TP1 at that point. It's probably going to reject off that point from there, or it might even come down over here and reject off this point. Keep in mind that this is only TP1 though. So if you wanted the full TP for this move, it's way down here. I don't see it dropping this far down, but it might hit TP1 right here before it ends up swinging up. But it is a weird, it's a weird pair to be trading right now, especially with everything that's going on in the news. So we got 3 minutes left on this, bro. Let me just check this out real quick so I don't miss anything. Nothing for NZD USD. We would have to wait for this to close above this structure in order for us to take a buy position right here. Until that happens, we're pretty much going to sit tight. Looking at USD CAD over here. Wow, this is a nice, well, I mean, it's not a nice bullish move, but it's definitely a strong bullish move right here. Let me see how far. The problem with this right here is that it's paired with the CAD, so it's like I don't want to really take. This might be a decent trade to take for a small little move, possibly up to there for about 60 pips, and then as long as we continuously move our stop loss and profit when we can, then it could do decent. Maybe I'll call this. I just don't want to get it. I don't want to get against this point right here. So I got a minute left, guys. Let me just scan through these real quick. I'm not really going to analyze it too much. Just want to see. Damn, look at the USD pair. So this is crazy that the USD pairs are pushing up like this because, like I mentioned, the US dollar is going to get weak, due to the stimulus and stuff like that. So let me see. This real quick. So yeah, looking at this over here, I'm just trying to analyze all the USD pairs to see how they're moving. Because the thing is, this might be a temporary spike. Like, yeah, because they're all like moving in the opposite direction slightly right now. But I don't know how long that's going to hold. For something like GU, this is something that I would probably trade because the pound is weak. So this makes sense here. But this doesn't make sense to me. USD CAD, odd USD, Euro USD. These Euro USD and GU are kind of the same because they're both located in the same area. And, due to COVID, it would push price in that direction. But yeah, looking at USD CAD right here, that buy signal just disappeared. So that's what it's just a small, like little burst of movement. It's not necessarily, a strong move because I think the US dollar is going to be weak. So I think by the time Biden speaks at 3 p.m. today, this is just going to come crashing right back down. Yep, there we go. So no entry off that one. Euro CAD right here didn't close above it. So this would have had to close above this structure right here before, in order for us to take that trade. It didn't close above it, so there's no entry there for Euro CAD. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Looking at EG over here, same with this. It didn't close above the structure like we needed to. So there's no entry there as well. And lastly, our UCAD right here, that buy signal never closed. So there's no entry right there either. So unfortunately, no entries for Forex right now, guys. You guys saw that I analyzed pretty much every pair. There's just nothing worth entering right now. And I don't want to give you guys any risky trades because it's just not the time to take risky trades as we get closer to the end of the year, guys. So guys, just be understanding, it's not that I'm not calling trades because I'm not trading. I'm still trading. It's just there's no entries available right now, and there's no reason for you to have any unnecessary risk, especially towards the end of the year when the market starts to get a little unusual. So I think that's about it for that right there. I looked at all the Forex pairs. I will now look at the last questions right here. I think B Money wanted us to take a look at US 30. So I'll go back to US 30 real quick. Yeah, just looking at US 30 right here, this technically would have been the entry for today. but I thought it was too risky because it's during the end of the year. Usually US 30 is bullish. So I don't know if you were here earlier, B Money, but I'll just go ahead and show you again real quick since we're on this topic. Let me just go ahead and hide this real quick. Hide all the drawings, and I'll go here on the weekly. So just looking here on the weekly, you can see from November up until now, it's a bullish move, right? Looking back at 2019 right here, from November to the end of the year, it was bullish as well, right? So going back every year up until 2016, it's always a bullish move towards the end of the year. So that's why I don't want to take a sell over here, because I anticipate price to have a slight little pullback right here, but not necessarily enough for it to come down and hit full TP down here, because this is going to be a huge drop, right? If that ends up happening, this will start to establish lower lows. So if that happens and it closes down here, then it's probably going to reverse. However, it's not the end of the year yet. We still have about 3 days left. So I still anticipate this to continue up further, right? So for me here, that's why I didn't take the sell entry, because I don't want to enter this trade and then end up not hitting TP and end up reversing on us, right? Which is probably what's going to happen here. It looks like it's testing the structure. What might happen at this point is it'll reject off here. We get a buy signal, and then it's probably going to shoot up from that point, right? It's going to probably swing up and then just go up to here. So that's why I didn't call this sell. It's just currently pulling back right now. So there's no real direction in my perspective. But looking at this from here, I'm going to hide all this off the chart. Looking at it from this perspective right here, this would be the low, right? So basically this is a low from where price started. This is the low. It established a what is a high from this point. So a low, high. Sorry, let me delete this. A low, a high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So from this point right here, it's probably going to, it just had a small retracement. It's price retraced from this point, came down to here. It's probably reject off this point, establish a higher low right here, and then continue up higher. So that's pretty much what I see happening over here right now. And this is pretty much what I would anticipate. I think it's going to continue up to push, higher throughout the rest of the week. And then once the new year starts, then we can probably start to see it move a lot smoother. But I think currently right now, I think it's going to reject off this point and then continue up higher. This is the reason why I didn't take the sell here, because I found it too risky to enter with the current conditions of the market. All right, so let me go back and take a look real quick. Billy said it may reject off the previous signal. You saw that. Could that be something also if the sell signal is above the previous buy instead of below it? That may be an area of reversal. So looking at this right here, Billy, yeah, that was like, the strategy that I showed you and Kyle and who was that? And Joey. Yeah. So since when I was in that mentoring session with you guys, just looking at this right here, I would be waiting for that buy signal to appear above here, right? Because you know how I mentioned in that session with you guys for the new strategy, if it closes above here and we have that buy signal, then it's probably going to continue up even further. So that's kind of what I see happening here. And that's what I would want to happen. But just looking at basic fundamentals, I think it's going to be bullish overall. But yeah, like you mentioned, if it closes above here, then we would have that buy signal, or we'd have that bullish momentum. So if price closes above here with that buy signal, kind of similar to what happened over here. So you can see this buy signal closed above this sell signal over here. So we have the sell signal, the buy signal closed above it, and then it ended up shooting from that point to over here. And then same situation right here. This is an invalid buy, but then it ended up closing again right here. So we had a sell signal right here. We had a buy signal right there, and then it ended up shooting from this point all the way up to this point over here. So that's kind of what I see happening right here. You know, even using that new strategy that I showed you guys in that session last time with our one-on-one, that's pretty much what I'm applying here as well. The reason why I didn't take this as well is because this sell signal didn't close below this buy signal right here, right? So in order for us to have that entry, it would have to close below here. But since it didn't, that's why I skipped it, since I'm trying to implement the new addition to the strategy right here. You know, we did miss out on some profit here. Obviously, we could have taken a scalp here, locked in maybe 500, 600 pips. But, you know, I'm going for the big fish. I'm going for the 1500, not necessarily this small little scalp here. All right, guys, I think I'm back online. Let me check. Looks like I had a connection issue a few seconds ago. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. Let me try to refresh this. I think I'm back online. Let me see if I can refresh this right here. Sorry, guys. I always get this weird connection issue sometimes but I think I'm good. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but I'm just going to keep going anyways. Let me see if I can refresh real quick to see if this is still working. All right, I think it's running. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I think it's this rain. This rain's like causing internet connectivity issues. But yeah, so let's see. DeAndre mentioned that GU is pushing up right here. So this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, guys. I was saying that like the U.S. dollar shouldn't be in strength. It's pushing down right here. But you know, with the stimulus and all the COVID stuff going on, it shouldn't be going in this direction. It should be swinging back up. So it looks like that's probably happening now. It looks like price has started to go back in the direction that it's supposed to. So looking at AU right here, everything's starting to push back up because the US dollar is not supposed to be strong. So this is why we'll probably see AU go up, EU as well. All of them are pushed up now. So yeah, thanks for reminding me, DeAndre. This is exactly what we were looking at earlier. Same with this is probably going to come down. Good thing I didn't take that buy. And same with USD CHF right here. This is probably going to come tanking down at some point. So if this closes below structure right here, then I would take the sell right here. Pretty much write this thing down because I definitely see USD CHF coming down from that point. And let's check a look at gold real quick. David said, stop using your building Wi-Fi and get some giga. Yeah, no, man. This I get some of your good stuff, David. I know you got that good stuff over there. All right, cool. Yeah, Kyle said this group seems very chill. And David said K2 is mad chill. Yeah, no, definitely. Kyle, we do this every day. So if you ever, I'm pretty sure you're new here because you said you've only sat in on 2 sessions, but I'm on this like every single day. I trade every day. This is pretty much what I do for a living. So I'm on here all the time. But yeah, Kyle, quick answer to your question. So if you want to sign up and get access to the indicators and my one-on-one mentorship and, access to the K2 course, if you're not familiar with the K2 course, it pretty much has all of the strategies that we apply here. So I'll just pull it up for you really quick. Since you're brand new here, you're not familiar with it. This is what the K2 course looks like. So basically here it has all the basic stuff. I'm sure you're already familiar with all the basic stuff. And then down here it has all the K2 strategy. So for all of the Forex trades that I call, I use this strategy right here, the K2SR strategy. And then for our US 30 strategy, we apply this right here, the K2 daily US 30 strategy. Me personally, I don't necessarily, well, we're going to make some adjustments to this because I did introduce a new addition to this strategy. This is technically, if we were applying this, we would have taken this sell entry right here. But with the new addition that I've created to eliminate a lot of our unnecessary losses, we would have avoided this right here. So that's why we avoided this trade. I'm glad we did, because you can see right here, price is starting to, it didn't even reach TP1 yet, but it's going to be switching up from this point as it swings up. But yeah, if you want to sign up to K2 and you have access to the indicators and everything, just go to our website, k2trades.com. This is what it looks like on the main page. And then if you want access to everything, we do have the trial going on right now. So it's only $50 for the first month. And you'll have access to the course, the indicators, and then the premium groups as well, plus a one-on-one mentorship with me if you want to. You know, the mentorship's not necessary if you're familiar with everything already, but I'm here to help you. And we'll have one-on-one sessions if you need some, you know, fine-tuning with regard to the indicators and the strategies. So that's pretty much where you sign up. Just go on the website, k2trades.com, scroll down, and then we have the trial right here still available. Just a reminder, this is going to expire in 2 days, guys. So if you guys want to use it, make sure to use it before it expires. But okay, so let me go ahead and take a look again real quick before we log off for the day. Yeah, I've been on this live stream for about 4 hours, so I'm like losing my breath. I need to grab some breakfast or something and drink a lot of water. So looking at this right here, okay, Zephyr said, hi, Shawn. Can you look at US oil real quick at a high level? Wonder if it's bouncing off a retracement or an inflection point downwards. So I'll take a look at that as well, Zephyr. Let me just finish going down the list real quick. Zephyr, JPY Zephyr wants me to take a look at US oil. Okay, let me see if there's anything else here. And then we have one more from Spencer. So Spencer wants me to take a look at GJ. Yeah, definitely, Kyle. You know, if you ever want to hang out, you don't have to sign up for premium. You know, if you want access to the indicators, you guys, it's available to you, but you don't have to pay for anything to like hang out with us. Because I do this every morning from like 6:30 to like 10:30, and we pretty much just trade live. Right now, the market's slow, obviously, because of the holidays. But once it picks back up next week, you'll see that it's a lot more active than it is right now. I'm usually just trading. I'm not really answering so many questions, but today, you know, obviously, we don't have many options. So that's what we're doing right now. All right, so we have one more question from Spencer with GJ. So we have one from Eric. He wants GCAD. Tenmei wants me to take a look at CHFJPY. Zephyr wants me to take a look at US oil. And one last question by Spencer for GJ. So if you guys have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm probably going to cut this off at GJ, and then we'll probably take a break until Asia session, and I'll be in the chat to discuss with you guys. But let's go ahead and take a look at GCAD real quick. So looking at GCAD, we've got this right here. Oh, sorry, wrong window. So looking at GCAD right here, I'll go ahead and draw these zones from scratch so you guys can see exactly what I do. Delete all this stuff. Turn on the K2SR indicator. And then let's draw these zones. So we've got this zone right here, this zone right here, zone right here, this one down here, and then this last one down here. So looking at GCAD over here, I'm going to go ahead and hide this, zoom out from this point, and you can see that there's a lot of price has been pretty much testing these zones for a long time. Looks like it started the low from right here. So it established a low right here, right down here. It established a high right here, higher low right here, and then a higher high right here. So it looks like it's establishing higher highs and higher lows. You know, clearly it's in an uptrend right here. So just pointing that out for you guys so you guys can see. If you guys don't really see it very well, I'm gonna turn on the momentum indicator. Right here, we have a sell momentum. So depends if price closes below the structure, right? So if price closes below this structure right here, then I would take a sell. So if it closes below there, I'll take this short entry right here. However, price can reject it at any point because we do have a bullish bias overall since price started right here from December 11 up until now. So price can easily reject off this point, reject off this point, reject off this point, or even go up from right here. So if that happens and then we get a buy signal, then I'll take a buy position from right here, right? So I'll take this position right here. However, we don't have that buy signal yet. So currently we have a sell bias. So in order for me to take the sell position, I would want price to close below this structure right here, because obviously I don't want to enter like right here if it closes right here, because it did close below the structure because there's only 12 pips to be made right here, right? The spread's about 4 pips. So you got to pay about 8 pips both ways. It leaves you with only about 4 pip profit. It's not worth taking. It's too risky. So I wouldn't take that trade. Even if price closed below here, it's still only about a 20 pip move, right? And then you incorporate the spread. It's just not worth the risk. So in order for me to take this trade, I want it to close below here so that we have a big cushion. We have about 100 pips that we can make off this move right here, or even lower. If we want to catch this full move down to this next structure, it's even more. It's actually from this point up to down here, it's about 200 pips. So this is a nice sweet zone to catch some profit. This area over here is just too risky because there's too many zones here of rejection. Price can reject off this point, you're screwed. Price can reject off this point, you're also screwed. So that's why for here, I would personally wait for price to close below this structure for this huge open field right here to catch. Because you guys can see here, the last time price broke structure and you took that sell position right there, it's a gain for like 200 pips, right? Nice profit right there. Same situation over here, price breaks below here. It would provide for a short position right here for another gain of about 200 pips. So that's pretty much what I'd be waiting for GCAD. Until this happens, just gotta sit tight, be patient, wait for that movement to happen and for this entry to provide itself. It's probably not gonna happen until New Year's. So New Year's happens right here on the 31st, but we could probably see that happening by then. So New Year's is right here. I think by that point, it'll probably be below there, right? And then from there, we catch that momentum swing downwards and then make our money off that trade. So I'll hold off this trade for now, but until this breaks below here, then it could, it could definitely help you take this nice profit down this way. So that's it for GCAD. Next up, I'm gonna look at CHF JPY for 10 May. Let me check out the chat real quick to see if there's anything new that I missed prior to us moving forward. Nice. So Kyle said, my first session with you, I subbed. Awesome, dude. Yeah, learning about fundamental news is fun. I'm not the best at it. I turned the notification on too for 2000 is the year. Definitely 100%, Kyle. You don't have to be in premium. You still learn a lot with me here, just looking at fundamental analysis. Because even for myself, I'm not the biggest fundamental trader, but I know how to analyze stuff specifically. Main places I look at would be like Forex Factory to look at news, and like CNBC for like certain things affecting the US market, more specifically. But yeah, fundamental analysis, it's not something that you should really, I wouldn't put a huge emphasis on it, but I would definitely take it into consideration, especially when you're taking a trade. Like for something like with these USD pairs, if someone's following this, like someone's chasing this money because they think that they see these drops right here, right? Obviously, this is very enticing. You see this drop from this point up to here. It's like a 50 pip drop. A normal trader would want to enter this trade because they're like, oh, it's dropping. I should write in on this. And also, it looks like it's establishing lower lows, right? Because from this point, tying in technicals right here, looks like it's in a downtrend. However, this is like a little fake out. Probably what's going to happen here, it's probably going to drop a little bit slightly. And then they're just going to lure people in. And as soon as people get lured in, they're going to spike it up and then stop everyone out. So yeah, don't fall for those tricks. The more that you sit in on these sessions, the more you'll learn and the more you'll be able to include these in your own analysis. So I think that's about it for here. Let me see what your other question is. What broker do you use? I'm fond of KOT Forex. So I would never recommend COT. I personally use Forex.com. I only use US regulated brokers like Forex.com. I also trade on FTMO. That's where I trade my US 30 trades. And I think that's about it. Oh yeah, also I trade Hugo's Way. I don't recommend unregulated brokers and I don't usually use them, but I only use them for US 30. So for US 30, I use Forex or I use FTMO and Hugo's Way. And then for Forex, I only use Forex.com. So I can trade directly off TradingView. The problem with KOT with COT is I'm not sure if you let me see if it's like a joke that's been running through KT for like a long time where someone like lost a whole lot of money off it. Let me see if I could find it here. I think it's here in the public chat. Like you guys who have been here with in K2 for a long time, you guys have seen that picture before, right? It was when there was a huge slippage and there was like crazy slippage and this guy like blew his account. I don't know if I still have the picture. A lot of you guys that are in K2 from a long time ago, you guys still remember that. It looks like someone deleted it. Yeah, there was this picture one time, a long time ago. There was a guy in this group. He was using COT and like the slippage went through his account. He ended up going like negative 10,000 and he only had like $500 in his account. So he was like, yeah, he definitely wasn't happy about it at all. Yeah, guys, unfortunately, I don't have that picture anymore. Oh yeah, check this out. This is the picture here, I think. Any issues? So this is what happened. This dude said, I don't know what the fuck's going on right now, but I want my money back from COT. I had a 25 pip stop and it's still not honoring it. So this dude went from like 4,000 and then he went negative 21,000. Like I've never used COT, so I'll never really I'll never do that. Like I'll never like be able to tell you what really happens with COT, but this has happened before and it's happened like a lot of times actually. So I would never recommend using COT for anyone. Just because it hasn't happened to you yet doesn't mean it's never going to happen. But this is proof from like someone that's not even in K2 that he went through slippage. He had a 25 pip stop loss. It went right through it, which happens sometimes. And then he lost all of his money and then went farther into negative for like 21,000. So, yeah, I personally wouldn't use COT, guys. I mean, just, be safe, be smart about it. You guys can use it, but just be aware that this can happen to you. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people haven't seen this happen, and it's funny because it's in another group and it's not even in our group. So just be careful with it. If you guys decide to use COT, I'm not saying not to use it, but I personally would never use them. Oh yeah, Josh, you remember that. Walter said COT's David's favorite broker. COT will blow your account. Yeah, I know, definitely. I can't believe people still use that broker. Yeah, I'm shocked too, guys. Honestly, I'm shocked that people use it because they've had so many issues. It's just they're good at hiding it, right? You see all these bad reviews online, and they pay these companies to take down those reviews. But I mean, yeah, use it at your own risk, guys, if you guys decide to. But I personally wouldn't recommend using them. All right, cool. So let me see what other questions we got here. I'm about ready to go get some lunch or some early lunch or breakfast because I'm getting hungry. Right here we got Walter said new car color, margin red. That's too funny, Walter. Oh man, that's gonna be it's funny. I was thinking about getting that car for my Tesla. Actually, I was gonna get the like chrome red, but I was like, nah, it's not gonna look good, man, because it's gonna look like margin red or account blown red instead of my profit blue. All right, so let me go to CHF-JPY real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and analyze this. So I've already analyzed the zones earlier, so I'm not gonna redo the whole thing again. But Tanmi, so basically looking at CHF-JPY right here, I'm gonna turn on the momentum indicator. Right here we have a pending bullish momentum, right? I don't think it's going to close. It looks like it's going to be an invalid signal. So what's probably going to happen here is this will probably close invalid. The next signal will probably be a sell signal. And then if this closes below this structure here, then I would probably take a short position right there for a gain of maybe, 30 pips. That's probably what I see happening right here. I don't think this is going to close. We have about 3 hours left in this candle, so it's got a lot of time to go before this ends up closing. But just looking at CHF-JPY right here, it's, it's clearly in a downtrend, right? Or not a downtrend, but it's having a bearish momentum swing downward. So like right here, it rejected off this point, and then from that point, it's been trending down, right? So I currently think it's going to continue down further. Reason for that is because a lot of the JPY pairs are all bearish as well. AUDJPY, or actually no, AUDJPY is bullish. Oh, sorry, we're looking at CHF-JPY. So looking at this right here, the iffy part about this pair is that they're both safe haven currencies. So, when things are going wrong in the world, people are going to put their money into currencies like the Swiss franc and the Japanese yen. The problem with that is that it's kind of hard to determine, what's stronger than the other, because they're both safe haven currencies. So like right here, it's just going sideways. The only way it'll like move in a different direction is if there's like good Swiss franc news, or if there's good JPY news. So if there's good Swiss franc news, the Swiss franc's going to gain strength and it's going to push up. Vice versa, if there's good JPY news, it's going to break out this direction right here. So the problem with this right here is it's just consolidating, because you can see from, let me just draw a line right here, from this point to this point over here, it's literally just in consolidation, right? So it's just consolidating sideways. I could lower that a little bit, like from right there. Probably just from these little points right here, it's just consolidating sideways. And then until something happens that pushes price, up or down from here, then that's when I would take the entry. If it closes below the structure, I would take the entry. If it closes above the structure, then I'll take the entry. But until then, it's probably just going to go sideways, because there's not really much that's pushing the market. And since New Year's is coming up shortly, volatility is still low. So, with that said, there's just not much to really do with this specific pair. So I personally wouldn't trade it right now, Tenmei, because there's no specific direction that's been established. Until direction has been established, either bullish or bearish, then I wouldn't take this trade just yet. So just be patient with it, because you don't want to enter a buy and then it ends up spiking down. You don't want to enter a sell and it ends up spiking up, right? You just need to be very patient with it, and wait for, an actual nice entry to appear, because right now it's just going to go sideways, and you're going to be holding on to this trade for maybe a couple of days until it either spikes in your direction or spikes in the opposite direction. So I'd wait for that and just be patient with it. All right, so let me see if there's anything else here. So we have that with CHF-JPY. Kyle said I bought lunch with some of your ideas today. Nice. It's good to hear, bro. Man, I like seeing everyone profit. Even if you guys are in K2 or not in K2, it doesn't really matter to me. As long as you guys are profiting, that's all that really matters overall. We're all on the same path, guys. There's no competition here. It's not like I'm trying to make more profit than you. You're trying to make more profit than them. It's, we're all in this together, guys. As long as you guys are profiting, that's all that matters. Whether you guys are K2 or not, doesn't really matter to me. Profit's profit, guys. And, that's the main goal here. So looking at US oil over here, I'm going to draw my zones right here real quick for Zephyr. Okay, so we got these zones right here. Price going to connect the big zone right here, because the problem with this is price is so high above. It just doesn't matter if we draw these zones very, very nicely or not. The only time it really gets important is if we get close to these zones right here. So price is right here. So we're going to have to be more specific with these closer zones, because that's where we're going to be waiting for price to, break structure and whatnot. All right, so I've drawn my zones there. I'm going to hide the K2SR indicator. Zoom out from this point. And you can see, like, from this point right here, it's been establishing higher highs since November 1st. So it established what? It started a low down here. Then a high, and then a higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, and then a higher low. So it's obviously in a strong bullish move right here. If you want to see how that's like one way to analyze it, like higher highs, higher lows. Another way to look at it is to just look at when price breaks structure. So price break structure right here, bullish move, consolidation, bullish move, consolidation. It just repeats itself, guys. Same thing over and over again. Bullish move, consolidation, bullish move, consolidation. And then it's probably, if it breaks above the structure right here, then what do you think is going to happen? It's going to continue a bullish move as it continues higher, probably from here, bullish move, and then go back into consolidation again. So I personally have a bullish bias for oil right now, Zephyr, but let me pull up the K2 momentum indicator, and then we'll take a look at where the direction of momentum is going currently. It might be having some sort of pullback right now. However, I think long-term, it's going to have a bullish move. So yeah, just like I mentioned right here, it's having some sort of retracement, right? So price shot up to here. We have some retracement. It's probably going to reject off this point. As soon as it closes above the structure right here, then we can take a long position from that point and ride this thing up from there. So that's pretty much what I see happening over here. But until price breaks the structure, I wouldn't take a buy yet, because it's just not ready. Like, you obviously don't, unless you want to trade within the zone right here. So if you want to trade within the zone, wait for price to close within the structure right here. So make sure that this candle closes within it, and then wait for it to close above it. So if it closes above it with a buy signal, then you can take a long position right here, right to the structure, take profit. And then as soon as it breaks this structure over here, if it closes above here, then you can take another buy position and ride that thing even higher. So me personally, I think it's consolidating within the zone right here, within this area right here. So until it breaks above here, then I wouldn't take a buy. Vice versa, until it breaks below here, I probably wouldn't take a sell. The reason why I wouldn't take it right here is because there's not enough space. Like, look at the movement from here. It's only about 30 pips. It's not worth your time to trade, this little area. Vice versa right here, if you trade here, it's a little different. You have about an 80 pip, cushion right here where you can make profit. So, if you're trying to reach 30 pips or 80 pips, one thing to take in mind too, in consideration, is that I drew a big zone right here, right? There's multiple zones within this area. So this is where it gets tricky, because if you reach down to this point, price can reject off here. And then once you get down to this point, there's a lot of points of rejection. It can reject off that point. It can reject off that point. It can reject off that point. There's so many points where price can reject off, right? So you don't want to get caught in this noise right here, because you might get burnt. So I personally wouldn't take any trades off here. And I would just pretty much wait for this. Yeah, sure. No problem, Zephyr. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily ignore it because it's a bullish trend, Zephyr, but I wouldn't, you need some space. Like right here, if you get to this point, it could easily reject off here. And you don't want to be caught in this sell, right? Because if you enter a sell right here, your stop loss is going to be somewhere right here. You're probably going to get stopped out, right? Same situation. If it gets down to this point, it'll probably reject off this point. There's just a bunch of points of rejection. So I wouldn't enter any sells because it has a bullish bias. Not to like say that it's not going to come down, because it can. Like right here, we have a sell signal closed below structure. It still tested the structure right here. But like I mentioned, it can reject right off it. So I personally wouldn't take any sells. But just keep an eye on it. These zones are going to keep evolving. But I think for the most part, if it closes above here, you'll have a straight win up there. Or not a straight win, but a nice decent profit to catch from there. All right, so let me see if there's any other questions. One last question from Spencer. So let me look over GJ real quick, and then I'm gonna go on lunch because it's already 11. I think I've been on this for like about 5 hours now, which is fine, guys. I don't mind trading with you guys all day. It's just I need a little break before Asia session. So looking at GJ right here, Spencer, I'm not sure if you're still on here, but looking at this, I already drew these structures from earlier, so I'm not going to redraw them. However, right here, we don't have a sell signal. The most recent signal was a buy signal, so we have a bullish bias here. In order for us to take this trade right here, we would have to have this close above this structure up here, and then we can take a long position from this point. Like I mentioned earlier, I wouldn't take it if it broke this structure right here because there's not enough space, right? There's about 10 pips. So you're not going to have much of a movement there before it can possibly, reject on you. So I wouldn't take it until it closes above this structure over here, or vice versa. I would take a sell if we have a sell signal off this point. So unless we get a sell signal, then we're only going to be looking for buys. But right now, currently, we have a buy signal. So we're only going to be looking for, buys currently. So we look back at momentum. It's a bullish momentum. We want price to close above here before we take a buy entry. Vice versa, if we get a sell signal right here, then we can take a sell entry from this point because price broke structure right here. It's followed by a sell signal. And then we can probably ride this down to this next structure right here for about 50 pips. Right over there. So yeah, that's pretty much my analysis for GJ. There's there's a ton of different areas for us to, possibly. Yeah, exactly. So Spencer said, yeah, it was a false sell when I hit you up. Yeah, exactly. So we were looking at that earlier before this candle closed. But like I mentioned, volatility is very low right now. Probably when Biden speaks in about, I think 4 or 5 hours, it'll probably push it back up, and then we'll have some room for entries. But right now, volatility is just way too slow. It's probably just going to go sideways for a bit for the next 5 or 6 hours. And then at that point, it's probably going to spike up or spike down. But we'll see how that plays out. So yeah, guys, just be patient with that. Let me see if there's any other questions here. David, to get off here, get some lunch. FX volatility is too low to trade. I agree. Braden said, Shawn, we should have just sold the US 30 off the all-time high based on all the other all-time highs. I was at work, though. I would have taken with a smaller lot. Risky, though, confluences. Yeah, I agree, Braden. It's a good, it's not, it's something that usually plays out. We did have the entry right here, but I didn't take it because look, it wouldn't have hit TP1 right here. It's actually reversing before it even got to TP1. So it's a good thing that I didn't call it because like I mentioned, a US 30 generally has a bullish move towards the end of the year, every single year. But yeah, I think that's about it, guys. So yeah, everyone's saying to get lunch. I definitely need to get lunch because I've been on this for about like 5 hours now. So thanks for showing up, guys. If you guys haven't already, please, like the stream. That way we can keep growing the channel because like I mentioned before, I'm here to help you guys. I don't care if you guys are part of K2 or not. If you guys profit with me, profit off my analysis, profit off any of my ideas, it's all good. I'm here for you guys to help. And I'm here every day. So if you guys have any other questions, feel free to reach out on Telegram. Otherwise, I'm going to take a quick lunch before we enter Asia session. And then I can catch you guys on the Telegram. So other than that, I'll catch you guys later. And then we'll be live again tomorrow morning. So yeah, guys, have a great day. And I'll catch you guys in Asia session. See you guys later.